Chapter 1564. Master Hongshan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He took a deep breath, and popping sounds came from his body. Red mist came out of his pores and formed a blood robe on his body. He looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Thank you, Lord of the Sealed Realm." Master Hongshan turned around and stared at the Heaven Punishment Palace's lord. His eyes were filled with wisdom. "Qin Zhuyin, even if you burn your cultivation, you won't be able to escape today. You won't die. The old man will be refined into a blood body by you and become a great help to my inner realm." As Master Hongshan spoke, he turned into a red shadow and charged forward. The old man in black's face was pale. Although he was a third-step cultivator, he was still a cultivator. Facing the four of them, he was powerless to fight. The moment Master Hongshan closed in, the old man in black quickly retreated. However, behind him, Master Long Pan calmly raised his right hand, and the mountain and river painting roared. Shimizu's expression was cold as he raised his right hand and pointed at the old man in black. The 5 cracks on the old man's face suddenly tore open once more. The dark moon clear sky was like a bone piercing into the marrow. It used a special method to continuously erupt with terrifying power. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. The moment the 3 of them attacked, he raised his right hand. There was a flash of golden light in his eyes, and he pointed at the old man in black. "Stop!" This was a battle without any suspense. The 7-colored realm collapsed, and the Heaven Punishment Palace's lord, Qin Zhuyin, was defeated and taken away by Master Hongshan. Master Long Pan's burning soul finally showed signs of extinguishing with Master Hongshan's help. He silently left with his disciple, Zhong Xian, to wait for the next battle between the inner and outer realms. Master Hongshan invited Wang Lin to the Cloud Sea battle platform. There, he would use the name of the Lord of the Sealed Realm to become the soul of the remaining inner realm cultivators to launch the final counterattack. Wang Lin didn't go. He had acquired 3 Dao fruits, and the most important thing right now was to use the power of the 3 essences to break open the void gate and corroborate the Dao before the power of expulsion exploded out within him. Shimizu left, his green robes fluttering in the starry sky. He carried his sorrow and loneliness as he silently left. He was going to search for his daughter. Perhaps he would find her, or perhaps he would never find her in this lifetime. But no matter what, as long as Wang Lin gave the word, he would come back even if he was at the ends of the earth. There was no need for too many words between him and Wang Lin. Shimizu would never forget all the things that had happened between them. For Shimizu, there were only 2 people left in this starry sky that he cared about. One of them was his junior brother, Wang Lin. Hongshan Zi's escape brought excitement to the inner realm cultivators. The subduing of the summoned river gave the remaining inner realm cultivators hope. The death of esteemed teacher Tian Zhao, the addition of Master Long Pan, and the capture of the Heaven Punishment Palace's lord had reignited the confidence of the inner realm cultivators. Right now, the inner realm no longer had the 7-colored realm, so there were no more flaws. After the war over the past few decades, all the cultivators had the passion to face death calmly. They had to fight because if they failed, they could only walk the path of death. Especially when Master Hongshan said that the Lord of the Sealed Realm had reappeared. This sentence caused the inner realm cultivators to raise their heads, and the battle in their eyes became even stronger. In the brilliant void, there was a planet connected to the Cloud Sea, Summoned River, and Luo Tian. During the war, this planet had slowly developed into a large trading market. There were many cultivation planets like this, especially at the border of the 4-star systems. Cultivators from the 4-star systems came to these planets to trade for the resources they needed. This caused the 4-star systems to slowly fuse together. At this moment, on this cultivation planet called the Brilliant Void, there were cultivators from all the star systems in the city. It was very lively and filled with cultivators. Among these cultivators, the female cultivators from the Summoned River were the most famous. Although the Summoned River had fallen and a lot of people had died, many of the female cultivators had killed their way out during the counterattack. Although the Summoned River had just been recaptured, As large amounts of female cultivators returned from the other star systems, the summoned river began to recover. The summoned river had the most female cultivators. Their beautiful faces and the fragrance of women made the single cultivators of the other 3-star systems do everything they could to find a cultivation partner that would accompany them for life or even have a bit of dew on them. With the female cultivators from the summoned river, the market became even more lively. There were also some inns in the market that provided places for cultivators to cultivate. Every room in the inn had a large amount of spirit stones and a small amount of celestial jades. Some inns with deep backgrounds even had origin jades to provide origin energy for those old monsters to cultivate. At this moment, in the eastern part of the market that covered the entire cultivation planet, there was a medium-sized inn with tables and chairs filled with cultivators. Although cultivators could abstain from eating, if they had celestial fruits, wine, or some simple mortal food, they could recall some of their memories. As a result, the inn was often full. Also, because of the war in the Outer Realm, this was a chance to get to know fellow Taoist Beifong. They could compare notes with each other's divine abilities and spells. Perhaps it would be a simple meeting, but in the future on the battlefield, they would meet again. At this moment, there were several cultivators sitting at the tables in the northern part of the inn. One of them was a middle-aged scholar, and he smiled as he talked to his fellow cultivators. I said before that I once knew the Lord of the Sealed Realm, but you guys didn't believe me. 2 women sat in front of the scholar. Both of them were beautiful, but they seemed to be slightly different in age. The woman in the pink Taoist robes was relatively younger and asked curiously when she heard the scholar's question. Where did Big Brother Frown meet the Lord of the Sealed Realm? The woman in purple beside her looked a bit older and was already a woman. Her face still showed the passage of time. She calmly sat there and still hadn't said a word. There was an old man sitting next to the middle-aged scholar, and he smiled. Lady Sue, don't believe fellow cultivator Frown's words. Every time he meets a female cultivator from the Summoned River, he says the same thing. This old man's ears have almost grown calluses from hearing it. It was in Suzaku. The Lord of the Sealed Realm at that time was far from his current cultivation level. I remember that he was only a little core formation cultivator. I didn't expect him to become the Lord of the Sealed Realm today. The middle-aged scholar smiled and didn't care about the old man's words at all. His eyes were filled with melancholy. The woman blinked and revealed a look of interest. She turned to look at the woman in purple next to her and lightly smiled. Senior sister, I remember you said you came from Suzaku. Have you ever met the Lord of the Sealed Realm? After she spoke, everyone, including the middle-aged scholar, became silent. They all looked at the woman in purple with shock and envy, and there was even a hint of respect. Even the cultivators at the other tables in the inn stopped talking when they heard this. They all looked at the woman in purple with respect. The middle-aged scholar who spoke before quickly got up and clasped his hands at the woman in purple. He whispered, I'm Zhou Dongda. Greetings, fellow cultivator Suzaku. What I said before was empty. I hope fellow cultivator doesn't mind. Not only him, but even the old man and the surrounding cultivators, whether they came from the Luo Tian or the Brilliant Void, all got up and clasped their hands. In particular, the cultivators from the Cloud Sea all walked up and clasped their hands. This kind of thing was not common in the 4 major star systems, but it had happened several times. The Lord of the Sealed Realm was not a personal glory, but something that had been exchanged for time and time again. In the eyes of the Inner Realm cultivators, the Lord of the Sealed Realm was the soul of the Inner Realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm came from the Brilliant Void, and the cultivators of the Brilliant Void were often respected by fellow cultivators from the other 3-star systems. Although it wasn't much, it still existed. The Lord of the Sealed Realm came from the Brilliant Void, Suzaku. Everyone knew about Suzaku, so all the cultivators knew about it. There was naturally respect for the cultivators of Suzaku. However, Suzaku was a small place, and very few cultivators came from it. As a result, very few people actually met the Lord of the Sealed Realm. However, it was also because of this that once people knew who the cultivators of Suzaku were, the respect they would receive would be very deep. There was a saying in the Taoist world that when a person achieved Tao, their chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. Because of Wang Lin, Suzaku was respected by all the cultivators of the inner realm. This was no coincidence. The violet-clothed woman seemed to be slightly unaccustomed to such an occasion. Her face was slightly red, and she raised her jade-like hand to tuck the fine black hair on her forehead behind her ear. She returned the greetings of the fellow Taoists who came to greet her, and then she spoke in a light voice to answer her junior sister's question. I should have seen him before. The woman's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Her words immediately attracted the attention of everyone, and they all began to listen. However, I'm not sure if the person I saw was him. The woman let out a sigh. Senior apprentice Sister Zhou, hurry up and tell us. The pink-robed woman pushed the senior sister beside her. At that time, he was called Ma Liang. At that time, he had just reached the foundation establishment stage. He was very cold and somewhat ruthless. In the foreign battleground, he returned to Ho Fan with us. If he is really the Lord of the Sealed Realm, then he and Li Muan met there. Li Muan is my best friend. The woman in purple was a bit uncertain and softly said. The surrounding cultivators all listened very seriously. It was very difficult for them to hear this kind of thing from the mouth of a cultivator of Suzaku. Only a young man in black sat in the distance and occupied a table by himself. He silently drank the wine in his hand. His expression was indifferent, and he gave off a cold aura that made it impossible for strangers to get close. Master, where are you? The young man drank as he stared outside the inn in a daze. His eyes were filled with longing, but in an instant, his body trembled as he looked at the white-robed man walking in. His eyes were filled with disbelief and excitement. Chapter 1565. At that time, Suzaku was a half-abandoned cultivation planet. The strongest cultivator in Ho Fan was only at the nascent soul stage. The woman in purple's eyes were filled with reminiscence. She had left Suzaku for a long time, but the memories of that time were still in her mind, and she couldn't forget them. As she spoke, almost all of the cultivators in the inn began to listen. Some of them even took a few steps forward with looks of fascination on their faces. Suzaku, the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He grew up there and slowly reached his current glory. The middle-aged scholar let out a sigh. I'm a cultivator from the country of Ho Fan. Ho Fan suffered a great change and had to seek refuge in the country of Xianwu. The country of Xianwu didn't allow it, so a war broke out between the two cultivation countries. Scenes of the past flashed before the woman's eyes. Ma Liang, perhaps he really was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Although he was only a foundation establishment cultivator, he had already made a name for himself. Rumor has it that more than 100 cultivators of the same cultivation level died to him. The woman in purple's voice was soft as it echoed in the inn. After she said this, it caused an uproar among the surrounding cultivators. A foundation establishment cultivator killing more than 100 cultivators of the same cultivation level. This is almost impossible. Nothing is impossible. How could the Lord of the Sealed Realm be someone we can imagine? The lower the cultivation level, although the difference between them isn't big, the spells and treasures a foundation establishment cultivator can use are very limited. I didn't expect the Lord of the Sealed Realm to be so strong back then. No wonder the Lord of the Sealed Realm was able to reverse the situation in the Cloud Sea. Amidst the discussion, the white-robed man who lifted the curtain of the inn rubbed his nose and walked in front of the black-robed cultivator. He revealed a kind smile to the excited black-robed cultivator and pressed his right hand down slightly. The black-robed cultivator who was about to stand up and kneel was pushed back into the chair. Teacher, the cultivator in black was Sure San. His eyes were filled with excitement and his mind was blank. Wang Lin's appearance was too sudden, so Sure San wasn't prepared at all. This young man in white was Wang Lin. After dealing with the matter in the seven-colored realm, Wang Lin was going to Suzaku to pay his respects to his parents and refine the karma, life and death, and true and false essences. Along the way, he passed by here and felt the aura of Sure San and the ancient demon's avatar, so he came over. Looking at the majestic Sure San before him, Wang Lin felt gratified. He still remembered the first time he saw San in the demon spirit land. Even after more than 1,000 years, it was still the same. This child is becoming more and more like me when I was young. Wang Lin loud a sigh. 13's cold aura was very similar to when he was on planet Suzaku. This cold aura from San was very similar to when he was in Suzaku. San took a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Wang Lin gently shake his head and no longer speak. However, his eyes were filled with passion and respect. To him, Wang Lin was his teacher and his benefactor. His life had changed because of Wang Lin. Even if his soul were to die, he would never forget Wang Lin's kindness. He was San, the loyal and cold San. The woman in purple softly said, "After that battle, there was no more news of him. I remember that I met him before he was about to leave Ho Fun." This caused the surrounding chatter to slowly die down. No one noticed the young man in white that had walked in. Their attention was all attracted by the woman in purple's words. Later, I vaguely heard that he saved Li Muin and was chased by a core formation cultivator into an extremely dangerous place in Suzaku. That place is called the Sea of Devils. The purple-robed woman's voice was faint, as if her memories were echoing in the inn. After listening to the woman in purple, Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and drank a mouthful. The passage of time appeared in his eyes, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. He still remembered when Li Muin was being chased by a core formation cultivator, her helpless gaze, and her cry for help when she saw him. San picked up the wine jug and poured a cup for his teacher. Core formation cultivator? That core formation cultivator is still alive. Back then, he dared to arrogantly chase after the Lord of the Sealed Realm. If he was still alive, his cultivation level wouldn't be high. Even if the Lord of the Sealed Realm didn't care, the old man would still refine his soul and kill him. That's right. He provoked the Lord of the Sealed Realm, which means he provoked all the fellow cultivators in the 4-star systems. Lady Zhou, what is the name of the evil cultivator that chased after the Lord of the Sealed Realm? The woman in purple shook her head and softly said, "I forgot. After that, I never saw the Lord of the Sealed Realm. However, hundreds of years later, I heard that there was a cultivator named Wang Lin who shocked the world in Suzaku. He was originally a cultivator from Zhao, but when he was at the Foundation establishment stage, he provoked a nascent soul cultivator named Tang, and his entire family was killed. This was the first time many of the surrounding cultivators had heard of this, and they all silently pondered. They could imagine the pain the Lord of the Sealed Realm felt when he experienced all of this. It was not something an ordinary person could endure. Then he returned to Zhao and did something that shocked my Suzaku. The country of Zhao turned into a river of blood. It was really a river of blood. That nascent soul cultivator's entire family died. Not a single one survived. He wasn't soft-hearted and completely vented his hatred. Anyone with the Tang family's bloodline died. Rumor has it that at that time, the sky of Zhao was blood red. The woman in purple's voice was soft, but when the surrounding cultivators heard it, they felt like they were there. They felt the monstrous killing intent and hatred. Faintly, they seemed to be able to hear the heaven-shaking roar after the final revenge was taken and the root of the problem was eliminated. The enemy's entire clan was annihilated. Wang Lin silently pondered and drank the wine. There was sorrow in the wine. San filled the cups one by one. This was the first time he had heard Wang Lin's story, and he also silently pondered. Good, this is what it means to get revenge. That little nascent soul cultivator named Tang deserves to be killed, but as for his entire family, some cultivators didn't quite agree. You're not the Lord of the Sealed Realm, so how can you understand the sorrow of the Lord of the Sealed Realm? How can you understand the despair of having all your loved ones die? The old man doesn't think the Lord of the Sealed Realm's actions were too much. As everyone whispered, the woman in purple's voice continued to echo. Wang Lin drank all the wine in the cup in one gulp and then looked into the distance. He really missed home, missed his parents, and wanted to go pay his respects and give them some dirt. Let's go. Wang Lin stood up and walked out of the inn. Shursen left a few spirit stones on the table and followed behind Wang Lin. I've only heard about the Lord of the Sealed Realms past. He had the chance to become the master of Suzaku, but in the end, he chose to leave. There is a statue of him guarding Suza. The woman in purple was speaking softly when she suddenly noticed something. She subconsciously looked at the door of the inn behind her. Her gaze passed by Shursan and paused on Wang Lin's back. This person is a bit familiar. Wang Lin opened the curtain of the inn and turned his head to look at the woman in purple. He revealed a smile and gently shook his head as he walked out. Shursan followed and left the inn with Wang Lin. The purple-robed woman's body trembled, and she stood there in a daze. The only thing that appeared in her mind was the white-robed man's smile, as well as the figure that was slowly becoming more and more familiar to her, as if it was overlapping with the person in her heart. He is. The woman in purple's mind trembled, and she couldn't believe it. Her mind was blank, but the smile became more and more clear, as if it was going to rush out of her mind. It's him. Senior sister, what's wrong? The woman in pink saw the woman in a daze and couldn't help but gently push her a few times. She followed her senior sister's gaze and only saw the gently swaying curtain. Not only her, but the surrounding cultivators also looked back. However, aside from the faint swaying curtain, there was no one else. Nothing. The woman in purple, her name was Zhou Zihong. She subconsciously pulled back a few strands of her hair. After pondering for a bit, she continued to tell the story in her memory. Her mouth slowly revealed a melancholic smile. As she told the story, she recalled the smile on Wang Lin's face when he turned around. On this cultivation planet, at the top of a mountain, the wind blew by as if it was going to lift the earth into the sky. At the top of the mountain, Wang Lin stood there, and Shursan was kneeling on one knee. Teacher, Shursan is willing to accompany you. Wang Lin's voice was soft as he looked at Shursan. Shursan, you are my first disciple and the one who has been with me the longest. Shursan gently nodded. His gaze toward Wang Lin contained a hint of attachment. To him, Wang Lin was like a teacher, like a father. Wang Lin patted Shursan's shoulder and softly said, however, if a young bird wants to grow, it must face the wind and rain alone. It must feel the vastness of the world alone and become a rock that can step on the clouds. You did this very well before. But teacher, Shursan was about to speak when Wang Lin shook his head and interrupted him. Wang Lin looked at Shursan and slowly said, Shursan, Wang Lin's disciple can't be the kind of cultivator that can only look up to the heavens under my protection. Wang Lin's disciple must have the heart to go against the heavens and the determination to fight the heavens and shake the earth. Wang Lin's disciple must be like a dragon among men. He must roam the 9 heavens and announce that he is Wang Lin's first disciple under the reverence of tens of thousands of cultivators. Teacher, Shursan was agitated and nodded his head heavily. Of course, if someone bullies you, then teacher will not allow it. From today onwards, you will use the name of my first disciple to open up your own path, Shursan. Towards his disciples, Shursan was the only one who put in the most effort and emotions. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and patted Shursan's head. Perhaps everyone has misunderstood. I didn't say that I'm turning into a mortal now. I said that I'm slowly brewing. When it's time to appear, everyone will naturally see it. As for the specific time, I can't be sure. Chapter 1566. With the two of them as the center, an invisible ripple spread out in all directions with the mountain peak as the center. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air. This ring-shaped ripple seemed to have swept up the heavens and earth, forming a vast and mighty might. With this palm, Wang Lin turned his comprehension of the fire and thunder essences into a seed that was buried deep in Shursan's soul. I won't give you any treasures. I'll only give you this seed of origin. Shursan's body trembled. As Wang Lin's palm landed, a golden seed condensed in his mind. This golden seed contained Wang Lin's comprehension of fire and thunder. This was the aura of the third step. This seed also contained Wang Lin's celestial bloodline, so it was golden. This seed was comparable to a heavenly treasure. It was so precious that it could even cause a catastrophe. Right now, Wang Lin was giving it to his first disciple, San. "Teacher, I'm leaving." Wang Lin gave San a profound look. He took the ancient demon statue from San's body and stepped into the sky. When he disappeared completely, he seemed to turn his head. He looked at San like he was looking at a child and gently nodded. "If you want to do something, do it. As long as you think you're worthy of your heart. Then even if you cause a great disaster, I'll be there. You should find a woman you like, don't be like me." San bit his lip and tears flowed down his face. He silently watched his teacher leave and kowtowed 9 times. Wang Lin silently walked through the stars. He came alone and left alone. After so many years, he seemed to have gotten used to this loneliness. He was used to looking at the bright nebula alone, used to breathing alone, and used to tasting that indescribable loneliness. He was already used to it. He didn't immediately absorb the Ji Yao statue into his left eye. Instead, he placed it in his storage space. This limited him to maintaining the eruption of the repulsive force. Only when he absorbed it at the most critical moment would the Ji Yao statue be of use. If he didn't have to absorb it, Wang Lin didn't want to. He wanted to wait for the ancient demon statue to grow a bit more. As for the ancient demon he had captured in the Luo Tian, it was still sealed in his storage space. It wasn't time to use it yet. He had promised to give it a chance to live back then, and Wang Lin hadn't forgotten this. In the starry sky, it was originally as quiet as night. Only when cultivators battled would there be a thunderous rumble. At this moment, Wang Lin walked into the distance step by step under the silent stars. His speed seemed slow, but in reality, every step he took covered an endless distance. It was no different from shrinking the distance and merging with the world. Wang Lin didn't go to the rain, celestial realm. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have enough time. After walking past the hidden gate to the rain celestial realm, Wang Lin looked back and left. He was going to pick up the madman first. In the brilliant void, on the other edge of the star system, there was a cultivation planet. This planet wasn't Rosefinch, but a T-grade cultivation planet. There were some small planets around it, and from afar, it looked very quiet. Perhaps it was because this place was empty, but not many cultivators came here. At this moment, in a mortal city on this cultivation planet, it was autumn. The autumn wind carried the chill of autumn as it swept across the earth. It seemed to take something away and then leave. This was a small city that wasn't large. There weren't many mortals living here, and there were very few people on the streets. There were only some shop signs that swayed in the autumn wind, making it look a bit bleak. There were a few small stalls set up in an alley. Most of the workers were yawning and lazily chatting with each other. They were wearing a lot of clothes, but when the autumn wind blew, they could still feel the chill. The sound of rustling on the ground was faintly heard. The withered leaves were blown by the wind and moved forward along the street. Some of the leaves were sent to the stalls, but were blocked by the tables and chairs. They went around them and moved into the distance. There were also some autumn leaves that flew up from the ground due to the wind. They swirled and danced in the other direction of the street. With a slap, they stuck to a person's face. That person was swaggering forward, and there were 2 people following behind him. They had flattering smiles on their faces, and they seemed to be whispering something. This caused the swaggering person to be quite happy, and he let out a series of complacent laughter. This laughter was interrupted by the autumn leaf that landed on his face. As he muttered, he slapped his face and took the leaf off. He threw on the ground, jumped up, and mercilessly stomped on it a few times. As he stomped on it, he roared in a low voice, "Little leaf, you dare to have ideas about this king? Humph, humph, watch how this king deals with you." This person stomped on it for more than 10 breaths of time. It wasn't until he jumped up that the wind blew the leaf away that he reluctantly stopped. He was the madman. The 2 people behind him were Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao. The 2 of them seemed to be used to the madman's actions, and they looked at each other. Su Ligua blinked as he watched the leaf fly away and sent a voice transmission to Lu Jinbiao. Old Lou, why do I feel like there's something in his words? Could it be that he saw through something? Lu Jinbiao rubbed his chin and sent a voice transmission back. According to my analysis, this person is really crazy. He can't see through anything. Don't worry, Grandpa Su. Su Liwa nodded. He believed in Lu Jinbiao's judgment. The two of them had conspired to scheme against this madman and obtained a lot of benefits. Thinking about this, Su Liwa quickly revealed a flattering expression and went up to massage the madman's shoulders. He stared viciously at the leaf that flew away and said, "That's right, trample it to death. How dare it bully my king? Your Highness, how about this little one go catch it and let you trample on it again?" The madman waved his hand and smiled proudly. "Forget it. This king will let this little leaf go. Little Sue, where's the little girl you were talking about? Quickly take this king to find her. If this king is satisfied, this king will reward you." When Su Ligua heard that there would be a reward, his eyes lit up. Only Lu Jinbiao coughed. His expression was very calm, as if he was not moved. "Your Highness, you didn't like the previous ones. This time, I, Su Ligua, spent a lot of effort to find one. This time, I will definitely satisfy you, but..." Before Su Ligua could finish speaking, the madman raised his right hand and bit it. Blood flowed out, and he wiped it on Su Ligua's body. "That's enough." Su Ligua looked excited. He carefully wiped the blood off his body and put it away. He quickly nodded. Even Lu Jinbiao's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and pretended to be calm, but his eyes would occasionally sweep over Su Ligua. While the madman was anxious, the three of them walked to the end of the street. There was a shop there, and Lu Jinbiao entered the shop first. After the madman and Su Ligua entered, he immediately closed the door. His hands formed a few seals to seal the door. Then he quickly followed them. Why is it so troublesome? Before they got close, they heard the madman's roar. In the backyard of the shop, there was a transfer array. This array was very rough, so it was obvious it had just been set up. The madman stood outside the transfer array and roared at Su Ligua. Su Ligua had a flattering expression as he rubbed his hands and whispered, "Your Highness, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. This little one found a cultivator for you, a cultivator at the corporeal Yang realm. He originally didn't want to, but this little one spent a lot of effort to get him to reluctantly agree. However, his identity is noble and he's afraid of others finding out, so I naturally have to be cautious." The madman's face was filled with impatience as he muttered, "I've been here for so many days, and I haven't succeeded once. If I don't succeed this time, then this king won't play anymore. How can it be as fun as you say? This king has played with all kinds of fun things." Su Ligua smiled and revealed an intoxicated expression. He quickly said, "Once your Highness knows what it feels like, you will definitely feel that this lowly one's words are not the slightest bit false. However, this little one doesn't have enough spirit stones to activate the transfer array." The madman hesitated for a bit before he bit his finger again and squeezed out a bit of blood to throw at Su Ligua. He muttered with dissatisfaction, "This king's blood is very precious." Back then, who? Su Ligua ignored the madman's words and excitedly caught the blood. He carefully put it away and gave Lu Jinbiao a look. Lu Jinbiao's expression was calm, and he used some unknown method to activate the transfer array without the madman noticing. There was a flash of light, and the three of them disappeared. Inside a valley, the transfer array flashed, and the three of them appeared. However, shortly after, the madman's roar echoed once more. Why is there another transfer array? This king won't play anymore. It was unknown how Su Ligua persuaded him, but a moment later, the transfer array lit up and the valley calmed down. Just like this, as the madman roared, more than a dozen places like the mountains, plains, basins, and islands all lit up. The madman's roar became even more intense. How many transfer arrays are there? This king really won't play anymore. I won't play anymore. You guys are bullying me. You guys have gone too far. I'm going to tell my teacher. That last sentence seemed to have an effect. Su Ligua trembled next to the transfer array on one of the islands. Even Lu Jinbiao's eyelids twitched, and he quickly gave Su Ligua a look. It looked like he was scared out of his wits by that last sentence. The two of them had already found out that the madman had taken Su Ligua as a disciple. Su Ligua's mind trembled. He had almost forgotten about this fiend and quickly said, "The last one. This is the last one. This one doesn't need spirit stones. We can go up and see that little girl." At this moment, ripples echoed in the stars outside the cultivation planet, and Wang Lin walked out. He looked at the cultivation planet before him and frowned. His eyes became cold. Nonsense. Chapter 1567. There was a mountain range to the northwest of this cultivation planet. This place was rich in spiritual energy, and there was a dense forest at the foot of the mountain. It was impossible to see the end at a glance, and the dense leaves blocked out the sun, causing the soil below to be moist all year round. There was a lonely mountain deep within the forest. This mountain wasn't high, but it was also covered in fog. From afar, it looked like a mountain covered in fog. A colorful array formation light suddenly shone out from the lone peak. The light passed through the mountain peak and flashed out from the surrounding fog. The light lasted for several breaths of time before it slowly weakened. Shockingly, there was a cave abode within the mountain. The cave abode was completely dark, and it faintly emitted an eerie feeling. There was a transfer array inside the cave, and the light came from it. At this moment, the light weakened and 3 figures appeared. They were the madman's group. The madman blinked as he looked at the cave. He scratched his head and muttered, "This king is going to be confused. Damn it, where's this place?" Su Ligua suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly walked out of the transfer array. He let out a dry cough and smiled at the madman. "King, we have arrived. This is the place. Please wait here. I'll go see if the little girl is ready." When the madman heard the words, "little girl," he was no longer confused. His eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. "Aha! Good, this king wants to see if she is as good as you say. If this king is satisfied, then this king will reward you." Lu Jinbiao walked out of the transfer array and waved his sleeves to bring a stone chair over. He placed it next to the madman and revealed a flattering smile. After he helped the madman sit down, he stood behind the madman and began to massage his shoulders. Lu Jinbiao worked very hard during the massage. His control of the pressure was very clever, and the madman was very convinced. He closed his eyes and began to enjoy the massage. A moment later, Lu Jinbiao stopped and walked next to the madman. He respectfully offered his hands and bowed his head. The madman waited for a moment before opening his eyes in confusion. He looked at Lu Jinbiao and scratched his head. "No more? So fast." Lu Jinbiao didn't raise his head, but maintained his posture. He said, "Please reward me." The madman was stunned for a moment and muttered, "You want a reward after pinching me a few times?" "No, this king's blood is very precious." Before he could finish, Lu Jinbiao raised his head and looked at the madman. His expression was solemn as he said, "Your Highness, please bestow the blood." Madman was enraged. He stood up and roared, Not giving means not giving." Facing the madman's roar, Lu Jinbiao's expression remained the same, and he said, "After King Yi came to this planet, everything you ate, used, and played with was provided by me. I spent a lot of spirit stones. This king won't give it to you." Although the madman was still roaring, his voice was clearly much softer. In addition, the silver and other items used in the cities in the mortal world were also obtained by me. I have calculated all of these accounts very clearly. Lu Jinbiao's voice was neither fast nor slow as he spoke slowly. "I didn't spend much. It was you guys who took me to spend it." The madman's voice became smaller and smaller. Lu Jinbiao looked at the madman and calmly said, "King Yi has been here for a total of sure sand days and has spent a total of 10,000 spirit stones and 9,850,000 taels of silver. King Yi, do you want me to give you a detailed list?" The madman's eyes widened. His memory was a bit messy. During these 10 days, he felt like he hadn't spent much. Whenever he encountered something fun or tasty, he would ask Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao to get it. After hearing Lu Jinbiao's detailed list, Seven couldn't help but sweat. Lu Jinbiao changed the topic and said, "Of course, Master told us to take care of King Yi. This is what we should do. Besides, King Yi is not a stingy person. It's just that you don't have any spirit stones on you right now. Perhaps all of King Ye's treasures are with Little Red." The madman subconsciously wiped his sweat and nodded. "That's right. You can go find Little Red." "Haha, go find Little Red. How could I be a stingy person? I'm not stingy at all. You could go find Little Red. It's all with Little Red. Everything that belongs to me is with Little Red. Your Highness is very generous. You definitely won't let me pay so much for nothing. Although those spirit stones and silver are all my savings over the past thousands of years, I'll just give them to your Highness. There's no need to ask Little Red for them." Lu Jinbiao shook his head and let out a sigh. He walked to the side and no longer spoke. Instead, he stared at the wall of the cave in a daze. When a madman saw Lu Jinbiao like this, he rubbed his nose and felt a bit apologetic. After thinking for a bit, he bit the tip of his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood to give to Lu Jinbiao. The madman endured his heartache and said, "You are a good person, just like that Su Ligua. This king is not stingy. This king is very generous and won't mistreat you." Lu Jinbiao suppressed his excitement. After accepting the blood, he remained expressionless and whispered his thanks. The more Lu Jinbiao acted like this, the more the madman felt like he owed Lu Jinbiao something. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out 7 or 8 drops of blood to give to Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao's body trembled, and he could no longer hide his excitement. He quickly put away the blood and bowed at the madman. Just at this moment, Su Ligua walked out from the corner of the cave. He approached the madman and smiled. "King, the little girl is ready. How about we go over now?" The madman immediately forgot his heartache and excitedly got up and nodded. Su Ligua smiled and looked at the madman like he was looking at a moving treasure. He and Lu Jinbiao surrounded the madman and walked into the depths of the cave. Inside the cave, there was a side room. The door was blocked by a dark light, so one could only vaguely see the outline inside. There seemed to be a person sitting in the lotus position inside the room. After arriving at the door, Su Ligua had a smirk and whispered, "King, the little girl is waiting for you inside. Quickly go in. The two of us will wait outside." The madman had a smug expression and was about to enter the room when he suddenly turned to look at Su Ligua and asked, "Is it really as fun as you said?" Su Ligua patted his chest and nodded. "This little one never lies. King will know once you try it." The madman's eyes were filled with excitement. He turned around and entered the side room. Not far away, he saw an extremely handsome young cultivator in black sitting there. "Haha, little girl, tell this king what your name is, and this king will reward you." The young man frowned and coldly said, "This poor Taoist is F.A. Huazi." Outside the room, Su Ligua rubbed his hands and looked very excited. He smiled at Lu Jinbiao and said, "Old Lu, your scam is not bad. We obtained a lot of blood type 2 heirs from the dozens of transfer arrays. Don't worry, according to our agreement, we will split it 70-30. Lu Jinbiao faintly smiled and shook his head. "This is not a scam. The people that the old man deceived in the past were not madmen. They were all people with high cultivation and extraordinary intelligence. To deal with them, we naturally need to set up a tight trap without any flaws. As for this madman, he is a simple person. The complicated scams from before didn't work on him. It was like playing the lute to a cow. This time, the old man used the simplest method. Although it was full of loopholes, it was effective." Su Ligua laughed and nodded. "Yes, we need to hurry. After this, we still have a few places to go. We need to finish quickly and deal with the aftermath. Otherwise, once that fiend returns and finds out..." Su Ligua's heart trembled. He was actually very afraid. After calculating the time, he took out a jade and crushed it. The instant the jade was crushed, the transfer array in the cave shone brightly once more. More than 10 cultivators appeared, all of them looking like fiends. Their leader was a woman, and her face was as cold as ice. She led the group into the depths of the cave. After meeting up with Su Ligua and the woman, Both sides revealed smiles. Su Lingua walked to the door and let out a miserable scream. King, not good. F.A. Huazi's 7 Dao partners are here. With that, he coughed out a mouthful of spiritual energy and fell to the side. Lu Jinbiao hit his chest with his right hand and coughed out blood. The female cultivator let out a snort and led the more than 10 people behind her to tear open the light curtain. Inside the light curtain, the madman was sitting across from F.A. Huazi. He looked at the large group of cultivators rushing in and was startled. You? What are you doing? This king. The madman's eyes were filled with fear. He still didn't know why this was happening. Shut up. You actually did this kind of thing? The female cultivator coldly stared at the madman. The cultivators behind her all stared angrily and filled the room. We didn't do anything. He shouted at me. I just asked him what his name was. The madman became anxious and quickly tried to explain. The young man in black sitting across from the madman revealed a look of shame. He walked to the side and silently pondered. Stop quibbling. Use your blood to fill these 10 pots, or else I'll kill them first. The female cultivator's eyes were filled with hatred. She waved her sleeve, and 10 jade pots appeared before the madman. She waved her right hand, and Su Lingua and Lu Jinbiao were brought in. Su Ligua's body was covered in swords, and he let out a miserable scream. King, don't worry about me. Quickly escape. Lu Jinbiao was also covered in blood, but when he heard Su Ligua's words, he cursed in his heart. His eyes turned, and he immediately let out a miserable scream. Your Highness, we were dragged into this mess because of you. Your Highness is a forthright person. You have to save us. None of the onlookers noticed that even as they spoke, a white-robed figure had silently walked out from behind them, his eyes glowing with coldness. Su Lingua, Lu Jinbiao, you two have guts. Very good, very good. Chapter 1568. These cold words were like a cold wind that blew from behind everyone. When they landed in Lu Jinbiao's ears, his pupils shrank. His body trembled violently, and he was stunned. His mind instantly went blank. His body trembled, and he subconsciously turned to look behind him. What he saw almost scared him out of his wits. He knelt on the ground, his face pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This time it was real blood. He was scared out of his wits. No matter how many tricks he had swindled, he didn't have the slightest clue. His body trembled, and he opened his mouth to say something. However, under Wang Lin's gaze, his mind trembled. It was as if his body was being torn apart. Wang Lin's gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced his body and entered his origin soul. It was as if with just one thought, his origin soul would collapse and he would die. That terrifying gaze contained a wave of killing intent, causing Lu Jinbiao's scalp to go numb. He was so scared that he became mute, unable to speak. He could only kneel there and kowtow continuously, making banging sounds. Even though his forehead was dripping with blood, he didn't care at all. Su Lingua had been feeling proud of himself and letting out miserable screams. However, when he heard that voice, his body trembled. He was familiar with that voice, very, very familiar. It was the voice of the fiend that terrified him. The anger and coldness in that voice caused Su Ligua's spirit body to almost dissipate. His mind buzzed and his face turned pale. The swords stuck in his body immediately collapsed, and he became truly listless. He turned around and saw Wang Lin standing behind him with a cold gaze. When he saw Wang Lin, he almost fainted. He knelt on the ground, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Master! Su Lingua was stunned for a moment before he let out a miserable scream. His voice was powerful enough to shake the soul, and it conveyed all of his fear and terror. Master, spare me. Master, listen to me. It's not what you think, it's Master. Spare me, Master. Listen to my explanation. This matter is not what you think. This matter. Su Lingua had followed Wang Lin for too long. Although he was terrified, he was still much stronger than Lu Jinbiao and was able to speak while trembling. As he spoke, he knelt down and rushed toward Wang Lin. It looked like he wanted to hug Wang Lin's leg and beg. This sudden change shocked the other cultivators. The dozen or so ferocious-looking cultivators all turned around. When they saw Wang Lin, his cold gaze seemed to pierce through their bodies. Their minds trembled, and they coughed up blood. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. The female cultivator's face was also pale. She coughed up blood and retreated a few steps. The terror in her eyes had reached its limit. She didn't know who this person was, but the pressure coming from him made her feel as if the world was collapsing. Even her master and all the powerful cultivators she had met in her life were like ants in front of this person. You? Who are you? The female cultivator trembled as she retreated. Even her words were distorted by the indescribable fear and pressure. She was not the only one. Almost everyone felt as if they were standing in front of a storm. The storm connected the heavens and the earth, and it contained an extremely terrifying aura that could destroy all living things. Under the storm, they were so tiny that they could all die with just a light touch. The young man in black, Fawazi, was standing in the distance. His face was pale, and there was blood coming from the corner of his mouth. However, when he looked at Wang Lin, he was stunned for a moment before excitement appeared in his eyes. He seemed to recognize Wang Lin, but he didn't dare to believe it. The madman was the one who felt the least pressure. When he saw Wang Lin, he immediately became aggrieved. There seemed to be tears in his eyes as he rushed past the crowd, past Su Ligua, and arrived next to Wang Lin. He looked at Wang Lin and began to cry. They bullied me. I clearly didn't do anything. I just asked what that little girl's name was. I really didn't do anything. Su Ligua told me that it would be fun, but before I could do anything, they came in. I didn't do anything. The more the madman spoke, the more aggrieved he became, and he began to cry. Su Ligua's heart jumped when he heard this. Under Wang Lin's cold gaze, he didn't dare to move forward. He was about to speak, but Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at him. With this, Su Ligua let out a miserable scream and coughed out a large mouthful of spirit body energy. His body was almost transparent as he was knocked back and smashed into the stone wall behind him. There was a flash of light from the restrictions on the stone wall, causing Su Ligua to let out another miserable scream as he bounced back. This finger had almost wasted 30% of his cultivation, and his spirit body felt like it was going to collapse. The intense pain in his mind caused Su Ligua to scream again and again. This time, he was completely afraid. He had followed Wang Lin for many years and knew how ruthless Wang Lin was. He didn't call Wang Lin a fiend for nothing. Master, I've done meritorious service for Master. I've bled for Master. Master, do you remember the giant demon clan ancestor in Shizuku? Master, do you remember? Su Ligua quickly said everything he had done for Wang Lin. He was afraid that if he spoke too late, he wouldn't have the chance to speak again. If it wasn't for all of that, that finger wouldn't have wasted 30% of your cultivation. It would have destroyed your soul. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He had made an oath to treat this madman well, but this Su Ligua had actually agreed on the surface but disobeyed on the inside. He was extremely bold. Just as he had said, if it wasn't for all of those things, and if it wasn't for the fact that Su Ligua had followed him for a long time, Wang Lin would have killed him. Wang Lin's gaze swept past Lu Jinbiao, who was still kowtowing and trembling. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. A leopard cannot change its spots. Lu Jinbiao, you disappoint me. I've done meritorious service for the Fire Sparrow clan, so I promise to let you go. This time, I came back to send you away and give you a great fortune to take care of him for me. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he spoke. His cold voice filled the cave, causing Lu Jinbiao's body to tremble even more violently. He kowtowed even faster and continued to hit the ground with his forehead. Looking at Lu Jinbiao, Wang Lin pointed forward and a gust of wind landed on Lu Jinbiao's body. Lu Jinbiao's body trembled and he coughed out blood. He was knocked back several dozen feet. You've done a lot of meritorious service, but the great fortune is canceled. Don't think about being free. Stay by my side and be my slave for 1,000 years. Wang Lin's words entered Lu Jinbiao's ears. Lu Jinbiao bitterly smiled and let out a sigh of relief. This punishment was acceptable to him. Lord of the Sealed Realm. You're the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Just at this moment, the black-robed cultivator, F.A. Huazi, spoke with excitement and fanaticism. He originally wasn't sure, but when he heard Wang Lin say Suzaku and the Fire Sparrow clan, he no longer had any doubts. He excitedly clasped his hands at Wang Lin and bowed deeply. The moment his words echoed, the surrounding cultivators were filled with disbelief. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they excitedly clasped their hands and bowed. Greetings, Lord of the Sealed Realm. The female cultivator was startled, and her eyes were filled with respect. Like everyone else, she clasped her hands at Wang Lin. She trusted F.A. Huazi's words. Only the Lord of the Sealed Realm had that pressure that made her feel fear. Wang Lin's gaze remained the same as before as he looked at the black-robed young man and slowly spoke. You've seen me before? The young man was extremely excited and quickly stepped forward. He respectfully said, Junior once lived in the Luo Tian star system for a period of time. During the first battle in the Cloud Sea, Junior was in the army of Luo Tian Pass and saw the Lord of the Sealed Realm from afar. Before this, Junior also received a jade from the Cloud Sea and vaguely knew what the Lord of the Sealed Realm looked like. As he spoke, he looked at the madman behind Wang Lin and looked ashamed. He wanted to explain something, but in the end, he found it difficult to speak. Wang Lin silently pondered and coldly looked at the more than a dozen people in the cave. This gaze placed a lot of pressure on these cultivators. They all lowered their heads in shame and didn't dare to speak. This matter won't happen again. A while later, Wang Lin calmly said. He waved his sleeves and took Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao with him. Ripples echoed inside the cave, and they gradually disappeared. It wasn't until he left that the more than a dozen cultivators in the cave dared to look up. Their clothes were soaked in cold sweat. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Unfilial son, what a good thing you did. If you didn't force me to do this, how could we be looked down upon by the Lord of the Sealed Realm? It's also my fault for being aroused by Su Ligua and doing such a thing to trick a madman. F.A. Huazi was extremely ashamed as he looked at where Wang Lin disappeared. His heart was filled with regret. Wang Lin was a person he admired. He had fantasized more than once about meeting the Lord of the Sealed Realm in his life, but he didn't expect his dream to come true. However, it was in such a situation. The female cultivator was also ashamed as she gritted her teeth. It's all that Su Ligua's fault. This person, if I meet him in the future, I'll definitely get revenge on him. Among the stars, Wang Lin slowly walked forward. Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua had been put into his storage space, and most of the golden blood they had obtained had been taken away by Wang Lin. Behind him, the madman had a wronged expression and was still chattering. This matter had left a deep impression on the madman. The human heart is sinister. The human heart is sinister. Also, spirit stones and silver are very important, very, very important. In the future, if I have spirit stones or silver, I must be careful and not spend it recklessly. Can't spend it recklessly. Can't spend it recklessly. Even Wang Lin didn't expect that all of this would cause the madman's personality to change a bit, especially when it came to spirit stones and silver. Once he had them, his stinginess was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Listening to the madman's constant chattering, Wang Lin's heart naturally calmed down. He looked back at the madman and vaguely felt that the madman's behavior, especially the chattering, was very similar to someone he had only met once in the ancient star system and almost ignored. Wang Lin shook his head and smiled. He felt that his thoughts were a bit absurd. He no longer thought about it and slowly walked towards Suzuka. Chapter 1569. The stars were calm, like a dark ocean sleeping when there was no wind or waves. The stars were like a mother's eyes, twinkling. It would make a homesick person feel especially melancholy, especially when there was no one close to them. The twinkling eyes would become blurry and turn into a sense of sadness and longing. It would linger in the bottom of one's heart for a long time until it became a sigh. Cultivators were also people. They also had emotions and desires, memories, and all kinds of reluctance. They bullied me, but you punished them too lightly. I want you to turn that Suligua into a pig. No, a leaf, and then let me step on him. I want to trample him to death. And that Lu Jinbiao, he dared to lie to me. The consequences of lying to me are very miserable. Making him a slave for 1,000 years is too lenient. Turn him into a leaf and let me step on him. I want to trample him to death. The madman followed behind Wang Lin and began to ramble again. He repeated what he said until it turned into a buzzing sound that lingered in Wang Lin's ears. When the madman saw that Wang Lin was looking at the stars in the distance and had no intention of paying any attention to him, he couldn't take it anymore. After roaring at Wang Lin, he actually began to circle around Wang Lin. As he circled, he roared. It seemed like if Wang Lin didn't listen to him, he wouldn't give up. Wang Lin silently walked forward and got closer and closer to Suzaku. Even if he closed his eyes, he could find Suzaku in the brilliant void. This might have something to do with the spell, but it was mostly because of the spirit on Suzaku that made his soul grieve. The madman's rambling became even more intense. He didn't stop at all along the way, and he didn't feel tired at all. He continued to circle and roar. Turn into a leaf, I want to step on it. Enough. After the madman repeated himself several times, Wang Lin's thoughts were successfully interrupted. He raised his right hand and grabbed the madman that was circling him. The madman stopped in front of him. Be quiet. Wang Lin looked at the madman and slowly said. Madman was grabbed by Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin and roared, turn into a leaf. Wang Lin frowned. I don't care. You have to turn them into leaves? Leaves? The madman roared incessantly, like a child who wanted a toy in front of his parents, shouting loudly. In fact, you've already seen through their thoughts and scams. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he spoke slowly. This king didn't see it. The madman was taken aback. He rolled his eyes and quickly shook his head. His action of shaking his head looked like a child playing with a rattle drum. Wang Lin gave the madman a meaningful look. He loosened his grip on the madman's body and walked forward. The blood you gave to Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao is simply waste. All of their blood added together is not even half a drop of your real blood. They lied to you, but you also lied to them. Do you still want to use this kind of trick in front of me? I, Wang Lin, only ask for fairness. The punishment for those two is enough, so don't nag anymore. Wang Lin's back was facing the madman as his words slowly came. The madman blinked and his face turned red. He giggled for a long time before muttering, This king is such a smart person. How could I be deceived by them? But that Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao really do have the ability to deceive this king. They're too bad. Fortunately, this king knows that his blood is very precious. Back then, that someone, as the madman muttered to himself, he saw Wang Lin walk away and quickly chased after Wang Lin. His voice slowly weakened. After walking beside Wang Lin for a while, he looked at Wang Lin with a puzzled expression. The feeling he had when he first came out of the nether beast gradually returned to Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered along the way. He didn't say a word until a planet filled with dense spiritual energy appeared before him. This planet wasn't big and could only be considered a small planet. However, the moment he saw this planet, Wang Lin's body trembled and he stopped. He silently looked at the cultivation planet and the familiar hometown that was imprinted in his mind. Many faces appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. These familiar people gradually formed his life on Suzaku. The melancholy on his face became even stronger. Things remained the same, but people change. This was originally a phrase used to describe the passage of time. However, Wang Lin felt that even the things that never change had changed. This was no longer something that could be described as things remain the same, but people change. Wang Lin stared at Suzaku. There was a powerful formation outside the planet. This formation spread out in all directions and was constantly rotating. Ripples echoed across the star system. Wang Lin remembered that this formation wasn't here when he left. From his view, this formation hadn't been set up for long. only a few decades. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and slowly walked forward. The madman followed behind Wang Lin and curiously looked at Suzaku. As the two of them walked, several rays of light flew towards Suzaku. There were 4 cultivators inside these rays of light, 3 men and 1 woman, 1 old and 3 young. Their expressions were filled with respect as they flew past Wang Lin and the madman toward the formation outside Suzaku. This is Suzaku, the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. As the cultivators and the 4 beams of light neared the rune, the old man spoke with a serious expression on his face. After entering Suzaku, all of you must remember not to cause trouble. This is the holy land of the brilliant void and even the inner realm. There are many powerful old monsters guarding this planet for the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The old man warned, and the 3 young cultivators behind him quickly nodded. Their gazes towards Suzaku became even more respectful. Wang Lin slowly walked towards Suzaku's formation. He was thousands of feet away from the 4 cultivators. He looked at Suzaku inside the formation, and his expression became even more melancholic. The madman beside him was very lonely. He couldn't help but miss Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao, and he began to mutter in his heart. In truth, those 2 fellows were pretty good to this king. As he muttered, he looked around and saw the 4 people thousands of feet away. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Haha, those 3 little girls, tell this king your names, and this king will reward you." The madman's eyes shined, and he immediately raised his right hand to greet the 4 cultivators. His words were so sudden that the 4 cultivators couldn't help but be startled, especially the woman. She even subconsciously looked behind her, thinking that there were more cultivators coming from the distance. The madman was filled with excitement and roared, "Why are you looking back? This king isn't talking about you. I'm talking about the 3 little girls beside you." "Little girls, what are your names?" After he spoke, aside from the old man, the expressions of the other 2 young men changed. They coldly stared at the madman, and their eyes became cold. Just as they were about to speak, the old man frowned and raised his hand to stop his disciple. The old man frowned and raised his hand to stop his disciple from speaking. He didn't look at the madman, but at Wang Lin, who was still looking at planet Suzaku with reminiscence in his eyes. "Fellow cultivator, you must have come to pay a visit to the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown. The Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown is a holy land. I hope you can restrain your companions and not lose face." After the old man finished speaking, he no longer looked at Wang Lin. He waved his sleeves and walked toward the formation outside of Suzaku with his 3 disciples. The 3 disciples turned around and glared fiercely at the madman, especially the 2 young men. Their faces were full of shame and anger. The madman pouted and revealed an aggrieved expression as he muttered, "If you don't want to say your name, then don't say it. Why are you still glaring at this king? This king is just asking for your name." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he patted the madman's shoulder and led him toward the formation. He didn't directly enter Suzaku, but chose to enter through the formation. Since he had returned home, he had to enter through the front door. There was no reason to avoid it. The old man led his 3 disciples into the rune. The instant they stepped into it, the rune shone brightly, and 2 people walked out. They were old men. Their figures were faintly discernible, and their gazes were like lightning as they calmly looked at the people who had entered the rune. "Old man, virtuous son of planet bright, plum of the summoned river, I brought 3 disciples to make a pilgrimage. I hope divine messenger can open the formation and let us enter." The old man's expression was serious as he clasped his hands at the 2 illusory figures. One of the 2 illusory figures said, "Suzaku is open to all cultivators in the inner realm. Do you know the rules?" "I know. I can't take anything from Suzaku or destroy anything from Suzaku. I can only stay on Suzaku for 3 days." The old man nodded. After hearing this, the 2 illusory figures formed seals and waved their hands. The formation lit up, and a staircase appeared before the 4 of them. It went deep into the formation and connected to Suzaku. The old man clasped his hands and led the 3 disciples behind him up the stairs. They slowly walked into the depths of the formation. Wang Lin took the madman and calmly walked up the stairs towards Shizuku. The two illusory figures didn't stop them, but coldly looked at Wang Lin and the madman. It wasn't until they disappeared into the formation that one of the illusory figures frowned. I feel like this person is a bit familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Yeah, you also have this feeling? I feel the same, but I can't remember where I've seen this white-robed cultivator. The two of them pondered for a moment, and then shook their heads as they gradually dissipated. The formation around Shizuku also slowly calmed down, and the light dimmed until it disappeared. Following the stairs, a moment later, Shizuku appeared before Wang Lin. The stairs under his feet were connected to the highest mountain on Shizuku. It was like a stairway to heaven. The pursuers were fierce, very, very fierce. They were coming with cone nail to rape their chrysanthemums. They had arrived overnight, and cold sweat dripped from the tips of their ears. They felt like their chastity was about to be destroyed. Chapter 1570. Standing on the stairway, Wang Lin looked down at Shizuku. This planet was unfamiliar, and the mountains and rivers seemed to have changed a lot. They no longer looked like they used to. The ground was green, but it was covered in grass. As the wind blew, there seemed to be a faint fragrance filling the world. How interesting! Why is this place so beautiful? Look, there is even a mountain statue. Haha, this statue is not well made, too rough. It's not even as good as this king's clay figurines. The madman clapped his hands and laughed. The four people in front of him had solemn expressions as they stood on the stairway to heaven and bowed to the stone statue. When they heard the madman's words and laughter, aside from the old man, the other disciples all turned around and glared at him with disdain in their eyes. This mountain statue was the mountain connected to the stairway. This was the tallest mountain in Shizuku, and someone had used a powerful spell to create a giant statue. This statue was of a cultivator wearing a long robe. His left hand formed a seal, and his right hand held a giant axe. He looked up at the sky and gave off an invisible sense of majesty, as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. The stairway connected to the bottom of the mountain. As a result, any cultivator that came to planet Shizuku on a pilgrimage would immediately see the giant mountain statue. Due to the difference in height, the closer they got, the stronger the pressure became. All the cultivators that passed by would feel their hearts tremble as if they were worshipping the statue. This statue was of Wang Lin. It was Wang Lin during the first battle in the Cloud Sea. However, for some reason, the statue's face was a bit blurry, making it difficult for outsiders to see it clearly. This statue is the Lord of the Sealed Realm's first battle in the Cloud Sea. After he killed the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, esteemed Nanjiao, he stood at the gap in the realm-sealing formation and fought against the invading army of Outer Realm cultivators by himself. He made it so no one dared to take half a step inside. The old man's voice was filled with the vicissitudes of life, causing the three disciples behind him to turn around and pay their respects to the statue. After the first battle, the name of the Lord of the Sealed Realm became famous in the Inner Realm. Everyone knew that he came from Shizuku and was formed by our Inner Realm cultivators. Under the leadership of several powerful seniors and with the approval of Zhou Wutai, the highest mountain was made into a statue of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The old man's voice echoed. Wang Lin silently stared at the statue. He gently shook his head and sighed. He vaguely remembered that this mountain used to belong to the Rosefinch Kingdom. It was the holy land of the Rosefinch Kingdom. But now everything had changed. Wang Lin didn't want to see this kind of change. He took a step forward and left with the madman, disappearing from the sight of the master and disciples. After they left, one of the three disciples laughed coldly. How can such a vulgar person come to the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown? The two disciples beside him nodded and glared at the departing figures of Wang Lin and the madman. The two of them spoke rudely in Shizuku and will certainly be punished. Let's see how they will be kicked out of this planet in a sorry state. Wang Lin slowly walked through the sky and looked at the earth below. It became more and more unfamiliar, and this unfamiliarity made him even more lonely. It was as if the world had changed, but his heart was still the same. However, under this change, it was so lonely and out of place. It has changed too much. There is no longer a sense of home. Wang Lin silently pondered and tried very hard to find even a trace of familiarity. However, his gaze fell on the earth, and as he moved forward, he still couldn't see it. The many cultivation countries on Suzaku had changed a long time ago. The cultivators of Suzaku had become one country, and even the sects had gone from being a mess to becoming the 9 great sects of Suzaku. These 9 great sects occupied most of the land on Suzaku. As Wang Lin moved forward, he saw the soul refining sect. Du Tian's kind face was still in his memory, but the soul refining sect was no longer there. The mountain had disappeared and turned into a lake. There were many pavilions around the lake, and there were waves of spiritual energy coming from it. It was another sect. Situ Nan had awakened here, and his overbearing words about not letting it rain still echoed in Wang Lin's ears. However, he couldn't find any familiar aura here. As Wang Lin moved forward, the giant demon clan of the past appeared in his eyes and changed. The entire area where the giant demon clan was located had turned into a grassland. There were some nomadic mortals wearing simple clothes or bare-chested on the grassland. They were singing cheerful songs as they led their flocks of sheep. There were also a few big dogs among the sheep. As they ran, they let out barks that mixed in with the songs, but there was no disharmony. Instead, they merged together and lingered in the air. This place has also changed. Wang Lin felt a sense of melancholy as he slowly walked through this world. The madman was silent behind Wang Lin. He could see the loneliness from Wang Lin's back, and he also felt homesick. The country of Shuiyu appeared before Wang Lin after a long time. The land that was once covered in snow was no longer there. The snow had already melted, and this place had become a dense forest. It no longer looked like it did in the past. Even the cities from back then had been toppled and turned into ruins that had been buried in the forest over the years. Buried along with them was the special mortal capital. There was a record of Wang Lin's 100 years and the mortal child named Tseng Nio, who gradually grew up. Looking at the forest below, Wang Lin felt very uncomfortable. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He faintly felt that this was no longer his home. He couldn't find any familiarity with this Suzaku. There was no familiarity, only memories. It was like a wanderer who returned home after many years, only to find that everything here was so unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that it made him want to cry. It was so unfamiliar that it made him sad. It was so unfamiliar that he couldn't find his home. Wang Lin had returned to Suzaku before and saw the changes, but it wasn't like this. This change was too sudden, and he didn't have time to adapt. He didn't even dare to spread out his divine sense to see everything about Suzaku. Go to the country of Zhao. Go to his parents' grave. He was afraid that he would continue to see the stranger there. He was afraid that he would continue to see the shadow that made him feel lonely. He was afraid that he would only be left with memories and no longer have the loneliness of home. He was also afraid to see the cave in the Sea of Devils where he and Li Muin lived. He was afraid to see the warm valley. He was afraid that even those would be lost. Looking at the forest below, Wang Lin silently walked in as if he was looking for something. Finally, he pushed aside the leaves before him and saw the ruins of a city. A few little beasts were shuttling back and forth between the collapsed houses and the wreckage of the city that was overgrown with weeds. When Wang Lin arrived, these small beasts seemed to be frightened and ran away. As Wang Lin walked through the ruins of the city, he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he was about to grasp that sense of familiarity, but a moment later, that sense of familiarity silently collapsed. He stared at the huge pit in front of the ruins. It was this pit that cut off that sense of familiarity and buried the street he once lived in. After being stunned for a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked away. He went to the Sea of Devils. The entire Sea of Devils was no longer there. Although the fog had dissipated, there was still a huge basin. Now it had been filled up and became the territory of one of the 9 great sections. The cave he and Li Muin lived in was naturally gone. Wang Lin looked at all of this from the sky and felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He originally wanted to take a look at the cave, take a look at the giant dragon, and take a look at the place where Li Muin had spent so much effort. He sadly turned around. Unknowingly, Wang Lin arrived at the valley that once made him feel warm and accompanied Li Muin as she aged. That was also where Zhou Ru grew up. However, even this place had been wiped out and became an inland sea. It was very beautiful, but it gave Wang Lin even more pain. This place is also gone. Suzaku's various changes made her look countless times more beautiful than before. However, this kind of beauty was only on the outside. This kind of beauty was not what Wang Lin wanted. The world only knew that this was the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, and that he wanted to transform this place into a holy land. However, they didn't understand that this kind of holy land was empty. Was this what Wang Lin wanted? All of this was just dust on the outside. Wang Lin wasn't someone who cared about appearance or reputation. He was just an ordinary person, a little cultivator who didn't care about appearance or reputation. Even though he had become the Lord of the Sealed Realm, he was still a little cultivator. All he wanted was a home, a place where he could be at peace, a place where he could silently reminisce. All he wanted was to find a shred of familiarity. He wanted that familiarity to give him the warmth of his 2,000 years of cold cultivation. But now, that warmth had become a luxury. He wanted to find it, but along the way, he couldn't find even the slightest bit of it. Lonely. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the madman behind him in confusion. He softly said, "Why is it like this? This king thinks it's pretty." The madman grinned and giggled. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the sky. After a long time, he let out a sigh and stepped forward. He took the madman to the place he didn't dare to go, didn't dare to see. His real home, the former country of Zhao. In the sky, Wang Lin looked at the country of Zhao below, and his vision became blurry. This place hasn't changed. In front of the world, he is the Lord of the Sealed Realm and is respected by tens of thousands of cultivators. However, at this moment, he is just a wanderer who has returned to his hometown. He is just an old man who wants to see the familiar traces of the past. Below him, for cultivators from the country of Zhao had also arrived. This place is the place where the Lord of the Sealed Realm grew up. The old voice slowly echoed. There are only a few days left until the end of the month, and it is almost time for the decisive battle. It took us half a month to catch up and half a month to open up the distance. However, this is a critical moment. How can we give up? In April, we will fight for first place. In May, how can we admit defeat? Fight, I want to fight. Fellow cultivators, no matter where you come from, if you have hot blood, we can't lose. Chapter 1571. The old man's voice was ancient as he pointed at the country of Zhao and slowly said to his disciples, "The Lord of the Sealed Realm grew up here. This place is called the country of Zhao, Suzaku, the true holy land." Before the four of them, there was a flash of light around the border of Zhao. This light spread across the entire country of Zhao, forming a formation. The purpose of this formation was to prevent outsiders from entering. Suzaku, including the 9 major sects, can visit at will as long as they send an invitation. Only this place doesn't allow outside cultivators to enter. This was the most resolute request Zhou Wutai, the master of Suzaku, made when Suzaku was being transformed on a large scale. You can touch any place, but not a single blade of grass or tree is allowed to touch the country of Zhao. The old man stood outside the light curtain, and his voice was calm. His 3 disciples looked at the land of Zhao and the faintly visible mountains in the distance with reverence in their eyes. They silently clasped their hands at Zhao. Any foreign cultivator that doesn't abide by the agreement and enters Zhao will be severely punished. As the old man spoke, his eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Wang Lin and the madman, who were descending from the sky. The 3 disciples were startled and immediately turned their heads. When they saw Wang Lin and the madman, they immediately sneered. Although this Suzaku isn't big, they're always annoying people. These two are vulgar and really disgusting. The madman also saw the four of them, and his face was filled with excitement. He happily waved at the four of them. Little girls, we meet again. Haha, it looks like you're fated with this king. Come, come, come. For our fate, this king will reward you. Wang Lin didn't seem to hear the madman's roar. He silently looked at the country of Zhao, and his vision became blurry. Bursts of sadness appeared in his heart, and an unspeakable emotion caused him to slowly walk forward. He gradually closed in on the light curtain outside Zhao. The old man's 3 disciples were enraged by the madman's words. If it wasn't for the fact that their master was by their side, they would have already taught him a lesson. The old man frowned and was about to speak when his expression suddenly became serious. He stared at Wang Lin. He saw Wang Lin getting closer and closer to the state of Zhao's spell formation, as if he was about to break it. The old man's expression sank, and he no longer paid attention to the madman. He stepped forward toward Wang Lin and shouted, Wang Lin, fellow cultivator, the holy land of the country of Zhao, the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, doesn't allow outsiders like us to enter. I hope you can respect yourself. The old man's words were like thunder that shocked the madman. The madman stared at the old man with his eyes wide open and immediately roared. Mother of Asterisk, you scared Ben Wang. You have to accompany me. You scared me. Wang Lin turned a deaf ear. There was no light formation in his eyes, only the familiar feeling he had finally found in the country of Zhao. That feeling became clearer and clearer, making him forget everything around him. With one step, he closed in on the light curtain and caused a ripple to spread. It was as if a giant vortex had appeared before Wang Lin. The vortex rapidly rotated, causing the ripple to become even more intense. Eventually, it swept through the entire formation in Zhao. Fellow cultivator, stop. The old man's expression changed greatly. Without hesitation, he charged toward Wang Lin like lightning. He wanted to stop Wang Lin. In his view, Wang Lin's actions had offended the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown, and he needed to be severely punished. Since he saw it, he had to stop it. However, he was still a bit too slow. One breath before he closed in, the vortex formed before Wang Lin. It was as if 2 invisible hands had reached into the formation and gently separated it, revealing a huge gap. From beginning to end, Wang Lin's body didn't stop at all. He carried melancholy and homesickness, along with the complicated thoughts of wanting to find something familiar as he entered the country of Zhao through the gap. He stepped onto the land he was familiar with. There was a flash of coldness in the old man's eyes. He hesitated for a bit before letting out a cold snort and also chasing through the gap. You have guts to break the formation of Zhao and enter the country of Zhao without permission. You have already caused a big disaster. It won't be long before someone comes to punish you. Since the old man has encountered you, I can't let you offend the Lord of the Sealed Realm like this. The old man stepped into the gap and chased after Wang Lin. The moment the formation was split by Wang Lin, almost all the powerful cultivators on Suzuka noticed it. Their expressions changed and became gloomy and angry. You dare to break into the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown? You're courting death. The old man wants to see who has the guts to break the formation of Zhao. Rays of light came from all over planet Suzuku and charged toward the country of Zhao. At the same time, within the 9 great sects of the state of Zhao, 9 extremely powerful auras rose into the sky, bringing with them a sinister intent as they charged towards the state of Zhao. Breaking the formation of Zhao and forcibly entering was a major event for Suzuku. It was an offense against the Lord of the Sealed Realm, an unforgivable matter that needed to be severely punished. Outside the formation, the 3 disciples of the old man were stunned. They looked at the gap in the formation and saw their teacher chase after Wang Lin. They didn't know what to do for a moment. On the contrary, the madman clapped his hands and his eyes were filled with excitement. He let out a roar as he rushed toward the gap. Haha, fun, fun. The madman's body flashed, and he stepped into the gap in a flash of golden light. The 3 disciples of the old man hesitated for a bit before looking at each other. They clenched their teeth and also rushed in. Wang Lin looked at the familiar earth, mountains, and rivers in his mind. He looked at the Hengyu Mountain in the distance and the pavilion from 2,000 years ago. The sense of familiarity became even more clear. Hengyu sect. Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression and gently took a step forward. With his step, ripples echoed and his body suddenly disappeared. At the instant he disappeared, the old man caught up to him. His expression was gloomy, and his pupils shrank. Spatial bending. I can't see through this person's cultivation, but I didn't expect him to know spatial bending. However, this is the hometown of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, and there are many powerful cultivators here. No matter how high this person's cultivation is, he won't be able to escape punishment. The old man's eyes lit up, and he spread out his divine sense. Ripples also appeared under his feet. He had also used the spatial bending technique. Below the Hengyu Mountain, outside a jungle, there used to be a mountain village. This mountain village had changed into a city. The name of the city was the Emperor Ancestral City. Wang Lin already knew this when he returned. However, there was an old house in the city that seemed to be eternal and hadn't changed. This old house was his home. There was a courtyard around this old house, and in the east of the courtyard was an old grave that was rebuilt by later generations. It was silently waiting for the return of the wanderer. There was no one inside the old house, and it was extremely quiet. Just during this silence, Wang Lin's figure silently appeared in the yard and appeared before the grave. He looked at the grave spirit, and his eyes became blurry. Two streams of tears silently flowed down. Wang Lin's tears flowed as he knelt before the grave. His childhood memories didn't appear in Wang Lin's mind like they did in the past. At this moment, he was exhausted as he stood before his parents' grave. His tears continued to flow as he stared at the grave spirit. His heart was filled with sorrow, but there was calmness. It was as if only here did his heart truly belong to him, and only now did it truly stop. Nothing here had changed. Everything here was the same as it was in the past. This was his home, his true home. He raised his trembling right hand and stroked the memorial tablet in front of the grave. As he touched the name engraved on it, more and more tears flowed down Wang Lin's face. Didn't he return to Shizuku to pay his respects before his parents' grave? Didn't he return to Shizuku to give his parents a piece of their land? Didn't he return to Shizuku because his parents were buried here? Shizuku carried half of Wang Lin's memories, his longing for his parents, and everything about him. Every time he looked up at the sky in exhaustion, he would dream of them. Leaves have roots, so they return when they fall. Humans have souls, so their souls mourn for their loved ones. I can give up everything, as long as all of you are alive. Let me one air and ping, or reunite with our family. I can give up everything. It had been a long, long time since Wang Lin had cried like this. He really did miss his parents, and he missed his loved ones to the point of being hurt. The painful sobs lingered in this quiet world for a long time and lingered for a long time. Everyone had parents. The grief of losing one's parents might seem to be slowly dissipating with the passage of time, but in reality, it was buried deep within one's bones, buried deep within one's soul. Who could forget? As one grew older, the grief would be buried deeper and deeper. Once it was released, the grief would shock the heavens, and the grief could move the earth. Humans had emotions, so they were called humans. You dare to break into the former residence of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Just at this moment, ripples echoed in the sky above the old house. The old man stepped forward. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger. He respected the Lord of the Sealed Realm, and the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown was not allowed to be invaded. When he caught up, he immediately saw Wang Lin kneeling before the grave. He saw the tears on Wang Lin's face and heard the sobs that made his heart clench. He immediately swallowed his words. His body trembled, and he stood there in a daze. His mind was a complete mess. He knew where this place was, and he knew who was buried within that tomb. He knew that, in this world, only one person had the qualifications to kneel here, and only one person had the qualifications to cry so bitterly in front of that tomb. He also heard the person kneeling before the grave mutter something that caused his body to tremble and his eyes to be filled with disbelief. "Father, mother, Taiju came back to see you." Wang Lin touched the tombstone and seemed to see his parents. They were standing before him and looking at him kindly. Their warm gazes seemed to come from 2,000 years ago and hadn't dissipated at all. Chapter 1572. Wang Lin didn't seem to notice the old man's arrival. He stroked the tombstone and knelt before it. The tombstone was very cold, and the coldness entered his hand. However, it turned into warmth that warmed his mind. Tears flowed down his cheeks and fell on the ground. They slowly wetted the soil and seemed to melt into his parents' bodies. The coldness in his hand, the warmth in his heart, the tears in his eyes, and the wetness on the grave made Wang Lin and his parents' graves seem to fuse into one. This fusion gave off an indescribable feeling. The old man in the sky stared blankly at all of this. His mind rumbled as if countless bolts of lightning were exploding. His body was trembling, and he had a guess in his mind. This guess caused his eyes to shine with excitement. The person who was qualified to kneel before this grave, the person who was qualified to shed tears before this grave, the person who was qualified to say the words Father and Mother, there was only one person in the world, and that was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. A soft light seemed to slowly spread out from Wang Lin's body and shrouded the grave. He didn't know what was happening as he knelt there, and tears flowed down his face. He looked at the names of his parents on the tombstone with sadness. However, when the old man looked over, he gasped. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the figure of a woman had appeared to the left of Wang Lin. This figure was very weak, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. She had long hair, and it was impossible to see her appearance, but one could feel the same sadness from her body. She silently stood beside Wang Lin. She looked at the grave and also knelt down. From afar, the illusory woman and Wang Lin looked like husband and wife worshipping before their parents' graves. In the blink of an eye, another illusory figure appeared on the right side of Wang Lin. This figure was a young man who looked about 20 years old. He looked very similar to Wang Lin. The moment the young man appeared, a third illusory figure appeared beside him. It was a woman. They looked at the grave with sadness in their eyes and knelt down together. This scene was like a family of four. While it was warm, there was also an inexplicable bitterness in the old man's heart. Just at this moment, there was a howl in the distance. The madman closed in while laughing, and the old man's 3 disciples chased after him. Everyone instantly arrived above the old house. The old man's 3 disciples let out angry roars and closed in. Their teacher waved his sleeve, and the 3 of them were brought to his side. The 3 of them immediately stopped shouting and lowered their heads. However, the moment they lowered their heads, they saw Wang Lin kneeling before the grave. The madman ran far away and looked back to see that no one was chasing him. He couldn't help but scratch his head and land in the courtyard next to the old house. He saw Wang Lin kneeling not far away and immediately ran up to him. He let out a soft gasp and circled around Wang Lin a few times. He could faintly see the 3 illusory figures beside Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned a deaf ear to all of this. He silently knelt there and stroked the tombstone as if he was stroking his parents' old faces. At this moment, the world became dark. As the sun gradually set, the formation around the country of Zhao flashed violently. The powerful cultivators of Suzaku that had sensed the fluctuations of the formation turned into more than 10 rays of light and charged into the formation. After they entered Zhao, they seemed to notice something and charged toward where Wang Lin was. Rays of light flew across the dark sky. Many cultivators appeared in the sky and stared at Wang Lin kneeling before the grave. Some of them were native cultivators of Suzaku and had met Wang Lin before. When they saw Wang Lin kneeling before the grave, they immediately recognized who Wang Lin was. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Wang Lin. Bursts of exclamations came from the cultivators that recognized Wang Lin, and it set off a storm. This caused all the cultivators that arrived to tremble. Their faces were filled with shock, but there was also disbelief and excitement. The old man's 3 disciples were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the person with the madman, the person they had called vulgar, would be the lord of the sealed realm. At this moment, their minds were blank. The 3 of them forgot to think and stood there in a daze. The sky in the distance lit up, and a red cloud whistled over. In the blink of an eye, it neared, and a person walked out of the cloud. This person was an old man, and he wore a red robe. His face, which was covered by a head of white hair, was dignified without being angry. From his old face, one could vaguely see what Zhou Wutai looked like in the past. This old man was the master of Shizuku, Zhou Wutai. He looked at the kneeling Wang Lin with melancholy and reminiscence in his eyes. He silently stood there for a long time, and as the surrounding cultivators were silent, he softly said one thing. "You came back." Wang Lin didn't raise his head. He stared at the tombstone for a long time and softly said, "I'm back." Zhou Wutai was old and his body gave off an ancient aura. He arrived next to Wang Lin and bowed toward the grave. "All of you can leave. Let me and him have some peace." Zhou Wutai raised his head and looked at the people in the sky. Although many of the cultivators here had higher cultivation levels than him, Zhou Wutai was the lord of planet Shizuku. His status was the highest among all the cultivators here, so his words were above his cultivation level. The surrounding cultivators silently suppressed their excitement. They bowed deeply at Wang Lin and then at the grave before respectfully leaving. Many of them didn't belong to Shizuku. They came from other places and volunteered to protect Shizuku, to show respect to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The old man also left with his 3 disciples who still couldn't believe it. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Lin, Zhou Wutai, and the madman were left in the old house. The madman looked at it for a while and felt a bit bored. He walked to the side and leaned against the wall. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. "How long are you planning to stay this time?" Zhou Wutai pondered a bit and sat down next to Wang Lin. He waved his right hand and took out 2 jugs of wine. He looked at the grave and softly asked. Wang Lin raised his hand that was stroking the tombstone and silently sat down. The 3 illusions around him slowly dissipated. "It won't be long." Wang Lin picked up a jug of wine and took a sip. The wine inside the jug had a familiar taste. It was as if he had returned to more than 1,000 years ago. Zhou Wutai softly said, "This is the Zheng family's wine. I left behind a lot in the past, so I could get drunk with you again." Zhou Wutai picked up the jug of wine and took a sip. He looked at the sky and slowly said, "I accepted that child from the Zheng family as a disciple. If he knows you're back, he will be very happy." Wang Lin silently pondered. The image of Zheng Niu's child appeared before his eyes. The child with good talent. Wang Lin looked at his parents' grave and softly said, "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "You gave me the title of Rosefinch back then, but I couldn't stop Shizuku from changing. After you became the Lord of the Sealed Realm, a lot of people came. They had good intentions and wanted to turn this place into a holy land. I could only keep this country of Zhao." Zhou Wutai bitterly smiled as he shook his head and took a big gulp. Zhou Wutai let out a sigh. "I know you're a person who cares about the past. Perhaps this place has changed too much and you are unfamiliar with it." Wang Lin didn't speak and drank the entire jug of wine. Then Zhou Wutai took out a few more jugs and placed them before Wang Lin. The sky slowly darkened and the moonlight shrouded the earth. It was gentle, but there was a hint of coolness. The 2 of them drank the wine from the past under the moonlight. Outside the old house, in Wang Lin's home, they slowly drank and talked about the past. The Tattoo Clan's Yunk Z's lifespan ran out and he died. "I buried him. Before he died, he kept saying your name. The Cloud Sky sect is now one of the 9 great sects, but the people from back then have all disappeared. Not only are you unfamiliar with planet Shizuku, even I feel like it's unfamiliar. There are very few people left from back then, very few." As Zhou Wutai drank the wine, his expression was filled with reminiscence. "Do you still remember the country of Ho, Fons, Zhou, Zihong? I only found out about your relationship later. She left with her mother, Feng Wan, many years ago. It was said that she joined a sect in the Summoned River. Zhou Zihong's cultivation partner died in a battle a few years ago. As Wang Lin listened to Zhou Wutai's words, he silently drank one jug after another. Wang Lin, I actually envy you. The moonlight became even more intense. As the moon hung high in the sky, Zhou Wutai seemed to be drunk. Perhaps it wasn't his body that was drunk, but his soul. You dare to walk out of Shizuku and dare to struggle between life and death. I didn't dare. I could only guard this place. Zhou Wutai revealed a bitter expression. I guarded this place for more than 1,000 years. I still can't forget when you appointed me as the master of Shizuku and left by yourself. Although I envied you back then, it wasn't as strong as it is now. Do you still remember my disciple? Zhou Wutai drank a large gulp of wine. His eyes were filled with sadness. He has already been dead for many years. He is where my domain lies. I promised him that I would accompany him until he died. I buried him on Shizuku. Every time I wanted to leave Shizuku, I would go see him and silently drink before his grave. Zhou Wutai lowered his head. That disciple of mine loved home. He didn't want to leave his hometown. Wang Lin didn't speak. He drank the Xing family's old wine with Zhou Wutai until the moon disappeared, until the sky turned white, and until the sun rose. Wang Lin, red butterfly, might not be dead. Zhou Wutai, who was in the soul intoxication state, said this at the moment of dawn. Chapter 1573. Hearing Zhou Wutai's words, Wang Lin's hand, which was holding the wine cup, suddenly stopped. The image of the proud yin soul from back then appeared before his eyes. That red soul carried pride and loneliness, and it shined brightly on planet Shizuku. Red Butterfly's life was very short, but the beauty of her existence was something that Wang Lin would never forget. That woman who would rather die than submit to others. That cold and arrogant woman who caused all the junior cultivators of Shizuku to lower their heads and not dare to look at her. That red butterfly was just like her name. She was the brightest red butterfly in the sky. That butterfly was very beautiful, and countless people would forever remember it. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with reminiscence. He slowly put down his wine cup and looked at Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. Red Butterfly is in the country of Shuiyu. The country of Shuiyu has disappeared over the years. It has disappeared forever. This place is related to the seal you placed on it. The cultivators of Shuiyu who are still alive have all scattered and become members of the 9 great sections. However, after the country of Shuiyu disappeared, I found a place in the empty country of Shuiyu. Zhou Wutai's expression was serious as he took a sip of wine. Do you remember Red Butterfly's teacher? Her teacher divined that Red Butterfly would face a life and death calamity. If she survived that calamity, she would have a 5-elemental body, Wang Lin nodded. The place I found was a place where Red Butterfly's teacher was sealed after she died. Red Butterfly's teacher's cultivation level might not be high, but there are some things I don't understand. How'd she do it? How did she set up such a complicated formation? Inside the formation was a strand of Red Butterfly's hair. Zhou Wutai's voice was calm as he slowly explained. What formation? Wang Lin felt that something was strange, and his eyes became serious. Zhou Wutai stood up and looked at Wang Lin. I don't know much about formations, so I can't see too many clues. However, I know about the matter between you and Red Butterfly, so I left this formation behind. Now that you're back, you could take a look. Wang Lin looked at his parents' graves. The reason he had returned was to pay his respects. He took a deep breath and didn't wake the sleeping madman. Instead, he and Zhou Wutai flew into the sky. In the northern part of Shizuku, there was a mountain range. At the center of the mountain range was a giant statue of Rosefinch. This statue was from the past and was also Zhou Wutai's cave. The sky distorted and Wang Lin and Zhou Wutai appeared. Zhou Wutai led the way, and the two of them entered the giant Shizuku statue. There was another world inside the statue. It was a giant mansion. In one of the stone rooms, Wang Lin saw this strange formation that Zhou Wutai had moved here. This formation was about 100 feet wide and occupied the ground of the stone room. It caused the surroundings to be covered in ice. The ice was blue and covered the formation. At the center of the formation, there was a strand of hair frozen. The entire formation seemed to have been stagnant for many years and showed no signs of activating. This is the formation. Zhou Wutai looked at the formation with the same puzzlement he had in the past. With Red Butterfly's master's cultivation level, I don't believe she placed this formation. Wang Lin stepped into the formation and lowered his head. His eyes lit up and he carefully looked at it. This formation was very complicated and contained many restrictions. Just as Zhou Wutai had said, it was not something a first-step cultivator could place. Zhou Wutai slowly said, "If this formation hadn't been stagnant when I discovered it, with my cultivation level, I would have been injured by this formation." Wang Lin lowered his body and his right hand pressed down on the ice. The ice gave off a dazzling glow and rumbles echoed, causing the formation to show signs of activating. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of deduction, and a moment later, he let go of his right hand. The moment his right hand left the ice, the formation slowly stopped. Wang Lin pondered a bit and calmly said, "This is a split soul transfer formation." Wang Lin calmly said, "It should have been placed by someone at the peak of the Nirvana cleanser stage, or even higher. It is indeed not Red Butterfly's master, or her master is hiding her cultivation level. However, if she was hiding her cultivation level, then what happened to Red Butterfly can't be explained." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he began to analyze. The function of this formation is to use this strand of hair to split the soul and send it out. I just don't know where it will go. This strand of hair has Red Butterfly's aura, so perhaps Red Butterfly really isn't dead. This matter was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect there to be such a secret in Suzaku. Back then, Red Butterfly's master divined that Red Butterfly would face a life and death calamity. She likely knew that it would be extremely difficult to avoid, so she somehow found this formation. Before Red Butterfly faced the calamity, she split off a strand of her soul and sent it away. She wanted to use this method to give Red Butterfly a chance to live. As a result, even if Red Butterfly died with this strand of soul, she could still possess someone else and avoid the life and death calamity. Wang Lin stood up and looked at Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai began to ponder. After pondering for a long time, he said, "When I found this formation, I looked through the records of the previous lords of planet Suzaku and found a secret. The cultivators of Shui are the same as the giant demon clan. They are all foreign cultivators." Wang Lin silently left the stone room. He stood on top of the statue of Rosefinch and looked up at the sky. It was as if his gaze could penetrate the heavens and earth and see the vast sea of stars. No matter what the truth is, the fact that Red Butterfly didn't die is still something to be happy about. Perhaps she is somewhere in the sea of stars and is also looking at Suzaku. I just don't know if she has any memories of this place or if she still remembers the past. Wang Lin's voice was a bit ethereal as it entered Zhou Wutai's ears. "I'm also very happy that she didn't die. There aren't many old friends left. I hope I can see her once in my life." Zhou Wutai faintly smiled and let out a sigh. The hatred from back then had dissipated over the years. "Perhaps I've seen her before." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He carefully thought about the past 2,000 years, but he couldn't find an answer. "Forget it. If she wants us to know, then we will meet again one day. If she doesn't want to, then let's just pretend she has died." Zhou Wutai's expression was a bit sad. He looked at Wang Lin as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. "Brother Zhou, Wang has left." Wang Lin turned to Zhou Wutai and clasped his hands. Zhou Wutai's expression was complicated. He hesitated for a bit before clasping his hands and softly asking, "Have you seen Lu Mei in all these years?" Wang Lin looked at Zhou Wutai, and after a moment he slowly said, "I have. She has already disappeared." Zhou Wutai's face was pale. He bitterly shook his head and didn't say anything. Wang Lin left. His figure disappeared from the statue of Rose Finch. Zhou Wutai silently stood there, looking in the direction Wang Lin disappeared in. His expression became even more sad. Lu Mei has died. Zhou Wutai let out a sigh and sat down. He picked up the wine jug and took a big gulp. There had always been a figure in his heart. That figure hadn't disappeared in the past 2,000 years. He drank and drank until the sky darkened. Zhou Wutai looked up at the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with sorrow and reminiscence. No one knew that back then. He had always admired Lu Mei. Even Wang Lin had noticed this from Zhou Wutai's expression, but what could he say? In the old house in the state of Zhao, Wang Lin observed mourning for his parents for 7 days. During those 7 days, he didn't leave. He just looked at his parents' grave and drank wine. During those 7 days, Wang Lin's heart slowly calmed down. He was like an old man, not thinking about anything. He didn't think about the rejection force in his body. Instead, he immersed himself in the warmth and sorrow of accompanying his parents. He silently looked at the day and night and watched the sun rise and set. The madman had long since woken up. He stretched and began to chatter in Wang Lin's ears in the old house. After he snatched the wine jug from Wang Lin's hand and drank a few mouthfuls, he became even more talkative. When he drank a lot of wine, he seemed to be drunk and even began to sing. This caused the sadness in the old house to dissipate a bit. On the 8th day, Wang Lin kowtowed before his parents' grave. He took a deep breath of his hometown and looked at his parents' grave. Then he turned around and walked away. With this step, he went from being a wandering mortal back to being a cultivator. What a cold cultivator! With this step, Wang Lin returned from the mortal world to the bloody world of cultivation. What he would be facing would not be the warmth and memories of his parents, but the treacherous and life-threatening world of cultivation. This path was a path of no return. Once he stepped on this path, he had to walk it down with determination. He couldn't stop. Even if he turned around, it would only be for a short moment. Suzaku, I still have one last place to go. Wang Lin brought the madman and looked into the distance in the sky above Suzaku. That place was where the Rune clan's giant pit was. That place hid the secret of the Rune clan. That place was where the old divine emperor's avatar, Huang Long, wanted to enter. What kind of secret was hidden in the 19th floor of the Rune clan? This matter had troubled Wang Lin for a long time. Wang Lin's body flickered as he brought the madman, who was still chattering, toward the giant pit of the Rune clan. Chapter 1574. The pit of the Tattoo clan hadn't dissipated much due to the changes in Suzaku. It had remained there, and over the years, it had become the most mysterious place in Suzaku. Cultivators would often enter it to explore its secrets. In the last few decades, as more foreign cultivators entered planet Suzaku, many of them entered the pit, but in the end, they found nothing. No one could enter the deepest layer. Wang Lin and the madman appeared outside the pit in an instant. He looked at the pit and was about to enter, but the madman refused and roared at Wang Lin. No, I'm not going. I'll wait for you here. Haha, you can go by yourself. When you come out, just come find me. The madman rolled his eyes, shook his head, and retreated. Wang Lin looked at the madman. His gaze was like lightning, causing the carbuncle to blink. His roar became much quieter, but he still covered his head. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He knew what the madman was thinking. He just wanted to play with Suzaku. His heart was uncertain, but Wang Lin didn't want to make things difficult for him. He nodded and no longer paid attention to the madman. Instead, he stepped into the pit and disappeared. When the madman saw Wang Lin leave, his face was filled with excitement, and he ran off. Those 3 girls didn't tell me their names before, and their expressions were very strange. Haha, now that I'm going to find them again, I'm sure they'll tell me their names. The madman smugly walked further and further away until his afterimage disappeared into the sky. Wang Lin had come to the land of the Tattoo clan several times. Although it had been many years, he was still very familiar with it. He still remembered the locations of each layer. At this moment, his body flickered through the tattoo clan. Along the way, he didn't stop at all. Every time he reached a layer, he would disappear and reappear at the entrance to the next layer. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the 16th layer. On the 16th floor, Shursan's coffin was placed there. Shursan's coffin was circular, and in the middle was a black pool of water that emitted waves of cold air. These coffins were the same as what Wang Lin had seen in the past. They exuded an eerie aura, and there were skeletons lying inside. These were the entrances that the ancestors of the rune race had used to enter the 17th level. Wang Lin stared at the black pool. There was a seal inside. The seal could only be broken after reaching the corporeal yang realm. Back then, Wang Lin was unable to enter, so he relied on Big Head's power to reach the 17th layer. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he took a step forward. When he neared the pool, the seal on the pool could no longer withstand the invisible pressure coming from Wang Lin's body. With a bang, it collapsed, and a gigantic vortex appeared. The whirlpool swirled the black pool water and slowly revealed the entrance to the next level. Wang Lin's foot landed, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, Wang Lin had arrived at the 17th layer of the rune race. Back then, there was a large amount of chains here, and countless celestial corpses had their souls and souls sealed as guards. The scenes from back then were still in Wang Lin's memories. He had launched a fierce battle here, causing the 17th layer to collapse. Now that he appeared, he saw that the 17th layer was in ruins. Only the giant whirlpool at the center was still there. This whirlpool was the entrance to the 18th layer that appeared after the 17th layer collapsed. Looking at the entrance, Wang Lin let out a sigh. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to reach this place, but now everything had become extremely simple. He still remembered that when he opened the 18th layer, the old Rosefinch's avatar, Huang Long, had appeared to stop him from entering the 8th layer. Then, Huang Long had changed his mind. Under Huang Long's protection, he had allowed Wang Lin to enter the 18th layer to comprehend. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Lin calmly walked into the whirlpool on the ground. Whistling sounds echoed in his ears, but they were unable to disturb his mind at all. When the whistling sounds slowly dissipated, Wang Lin appeared in the deepest part of the rune race, the 18th layer. This was a stone room that was 1,000 feet wide. The surroundings were pitch black, and only a weak flame at the center gave off a little light. This light fused with the surrounding darkness, making this place appear dark. As the flame flickered, there seemed to be countless ghostly creatures floating around, and the faint whistling sounds that could pierce one's soul could be heard. There were even some ghostly creatures that floated around like smoke. They wanted to pounce on the flame, but the moment they got close, they would be shattered by the light from the flame. It was here that Wang Lin had absorbed a trace of source energy with the help of the Huang Long. That trace of source energy had almost caused him to explode, and when he looked at the flame back then, his gaze was filled with deep dread. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin walked up to the flame. As he approached, the countless ghosts in the darkness of the stone room immediately retreated, and waves of miserable screams echoed. It seemed that Wang Lin's arrival had caused these ghosts to feel extreme fear. They trembled and retreated, not daring to move forward. Looking at the flame, the source energy contained within it was extremely small and extremely impure. It was as if it had been forcefully fused by someone, and it no longer attracted him. The last layer, what exactly is hidden inside? Yunzi said that the 19th layer contained a trace of the tattoo clan's ancestor's soul. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. However, the tattoo clan's ancestor is the sovereign's daughter. She was sealed in the demon spirit land by Qing Lin, so it is impossible for her soul fragment to be inside. Wang Lin raised his right hand and directly grabbed the flame. The source energy inside the flame erupted as if it wanted to resist, but its power was simply insignificant to the current Wang Lin. He clenched his right hand, and with a loud bang, the flame directly collapsed, turning into specks of fire that spread out in all directions. As they spread out, the souls hidden in the darkness instantly dissipated and died. A ring-shaped door slowly appeared at the spot where the flame had collapsed. This door gave off an ancient aura, and there was a large amount of runes on it that were tightly sealed. There were simply too many runes, and it was obvious that they weren't placed at the same time. Instead, they were placed by others during the Powerless Era, and over time, they had gathered this many runes. Although they were all mixed up, these runes strangely fused together to form an extremely powerful sealing force. Not only did this seal prevent outsiders from entering, it also had the effect of sealing the thing called mausoleum. No one knew if these seals were used to seal the inside or the outside. Wang Lin looked at the runes, and his expression gradually became serious. He knew why the old Rosefinch's avatar couldn't enter the 19th layer. This was because the power of these runes had reached a peak, comparable to the full power of a Fifth Heaven's Blight cultivator. Even someone at the Fifth Heaven's Blight would find it difficult to break this seal, unless they were a third-step cultivator. There's actually such a seal on the Suzaku. Wang Kai looked at the runes for a long time before raising his right hand. There was a flash of golden light, and he touched the door. Crackling sounds echoed as the countless runes collapsed layer by layer under Wang Lin's touch. In an instant, almost all of the countless seals on the door were broken, leaving only one. This was something only the current Wang Lin could do. If it was in the past, this seal would have been enough to stop tens of thousands of cultivators. The last rune on the door was extremely simple. It was formed by a single stroke and looked very ordinary. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, this last rune contained a mysterious force. This force was also a seal, but what it sealed was aura. It sealed the aura inside the door, so no matter what was inside, no aura would leak out. Under Wang Lin's gaze, he could vaguely see a trace of golden light coming from the circle. It was emitting a very well-hidden, celestial, spiritual energy. This rune, it is not something the Tattoo Clan can have. Wang Lin stared at the last rune and took a deep breath. His pupils shrank. This rune didn't give off any aura, but under Wang Lin's divine sense, he could clearly feel the pressure inside. This is the pressure of a celestial bloodline. The moment he felt this pressure, Wang Lin retreated a few steps. His eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. His hand was covered in a golden light, and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body formed a finger that pressed down on the last rune. The rune in the circle flashed, and there was a flash of golden light. An aura that Wang Lin was extremely familiar with appeared around it. Just as his finger was about to land, Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. His right hand stopped, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the circle. There is still ancient Tao power here. This familiar aura was ancient Tao. It was Ji Yimo's aura. The moment Wang Lin saw this aura, his body trembled and a shocking speculation appeared in his mind. Ancient Tao Yimo's left, I was shot off by Li Guang's arrow and disappeared among the stars. There is ancient Tao aura here. This could it be that the 19th layer of the Tattoo Clan is sealing the ancient Tao left eye? Wang Lin's heart pounded. It shouldn't be anchored. This world contains the power of a celestial bloodline and ancient Tao aura. Aside from the left eye that was taken away by the 7 arrows, there shouldn't be anything else. The left eye originally didn't have the power of a celestial bloodline, but after it was injured by the arrow, Li Guang's arrow contained the aura of a celestial bloodline. As a result, the two fused. This fusion is the same as my body. It contains a rejection force. I don't know what method the Tattoo Clan used to turn this rejection force into a seal so that no one in the world knows the ancient order left eye is here. Chapter 1575. Wang Lin's heart pounded. He was shocked by his bold guess. As he stared at the last rune on the door, Wang Lin let out a deep breath. This rune seal contained celestial and ancient aura, and it was filled with rejection force. However, because of this round rune, the rejection force didn't erupt and cause the door to collapse. Instead, it was used as a seal. The ingenuity and strangeness of this rune shocked Wang Lin even more. This rune was tantamount to opening a door for him, a path to dissipate the repulsive force in his body. This kind of rune restriction fused with celestial and ancient aura. There are simply too few people in the world that can open it, unless it's like what I'm doing. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a look of deduction, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He couldn't help but feel a sense of complexity and absurdity. He felt like there was a cycle of reincarnation that was intertwined with each other. Back then, he had left from Shizuku. If he hadn't gone to the demon spirit land, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Luo Tian star system. If he hadn't gone to the Luo Tian star system, he wouldn't have known about the nether beast and entered its body. If he hadn't known about the nether beast, he wouldn't have had the thought of refining it into his life beast. If he hadn't known about the nether beast, he wouldn't have been swallowed by the nether beast to heal. He wouldn't have met that madman, and he wouldn't have obtained the celestial bloodline. Similarly, there wouldn't have been that rejection force. Now he had returned to Shizuku, returned to where he first took his first step, returned to the starting point. However, at the starting point, he found that if one of the steps went wrong, he would never have been able to open the 19th layer. He was the only person in the world that could open this seal. This made Wang Lin feel regret and confused. After a long time, Wang Lin gently shook his head and no longer thought about this absurd matter. His eyes lit up and he slowly raised his right hand. He didn't use his celestial bloodline or his ancient Tao bloodline. Instead, he moved the rejection force between the celestial and ancient powers to his right index finger. In an instant, when Wang Lin felt intense pain in his body, it was as if a soft sword was twisting and stabbing through his body. It pierced through his right arm and crushed his flesh, meridians, and even his bones trembled. The rejection force gathered on his index finger. Wang Lin's index finger trembled, and a large amount of sweat appeared on his forehead. After gasping for a bit, he used his great determination to stop his index finger from trembling under this intense pain. Instead, his index finger was extremely stable and didn't tremble at all. Wang Lin's right index finger slowly reached toward the circle on the door and gently touched it. The moment his finger landed, the rejection force inside Wang Lin's body erupted as if it had sensed its companion, and it roared through Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's face turned pale, but his right index finger still didn't tremble at all. His gaze was completely focused on the tip of his right index finger. Ignoring the repulsive force within his body, he slowly manipulated his index finger and outlined the circular rune imprint. He wanted to completely outline it once. Only by doing this could he open the circle. Every time he moved a bit, the rejection force inside Wang Lin's body would increase explosively. He could clearly feel the rejection force from the circle enter his body through his finger. This intense pain made him sweat profusely in just a few breaths of time. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs felt like they were about to collapse. The tearing of his celestial body and flesh was like pulling out a person's soul from their body. This kind of pain was difficult to describe unless one experienced it personally. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half an incense stick of time had passed. The entire stone room was filled with Wang Lin's heavy breathing. His index finger had already traced most of the circle, and there was only a small piece left. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his right arm were bulging. From afar, it looked like vines were wrapped around his arm. It was a shocking sight. Not only his right arm, but there were also large amounts of veins bulging on his face and body. As they wiggled, they released the rejection force that wanted to tear apart Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and stared at his finger. He didn't stop and slowly moved. As he continued to trace the circle, the rejection force inside his body became even more violent. In the end, it was earth-shattering. Popping sounds came from his body and suppressed the sound of his breathing. It was like thunder that echoed across the stone room. Almost there, Wang Lin's right hand was almost numb. The difficulty of absorbing the rejection force from the circle was like a fierce battle with a third-step cultivator. It was even more difficult than that. This rune could only be opened with this method. If he only had celestial energy, he wouldn't be able to open it. If he only had the aura of Taoism, he wouldn't be able to open it either. If he didn't have either, then even if he destroyed and refined Suzaku, he wouldn't be able to damage the rune at all. Time passed by. Wang Lin used almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to finish the last small piece. When his right index finger perfectly drew a circle and returned to the starting point, a powerful force came from the rune and charged at Wang Lin's right hand. There was a loud bang, and Wang Lin's body was knocked back. As he retreated, his body gave off bursts of light. The light and shadow shield had been activated, but in the blink of an eye, the light and shadow shield shattered. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment the light and shadow shield shattered, the ancient god stars between his eyebrows shined, and the Emperor Furnace appeared around him. The moment the Emperor Furnace appeared, it distorted. After blocking for a bit, it bounced back and turned into a ghostly light that returned to Wang Lin's star. After the light and shadow shield and the Emperor Furnace offset it, the force from the rune had dissipated a lot when it landed on Wang Lin's body. However, it still caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. He was knocked back dozens of feet and slammed into the wall of the stone room. With a bang, the stone room shook and cracking sounds echoed. The wall behind Wang Lin began to crack with him as the center. The circular rune on the stone door emitted a powerful light that enveloped the entire stone room. Under the powerful light, a crack slowly appeared in the middle of the rune on the stone door. Gradually, the stone door opened with a loud bang. As the stone door opened, an ancient aura came from behind the door and filled the area. Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly looked up. Behind the stone door was darkness, as if it was the entrance to another world. That was the greatest secret place of the rune race. That was the 19th level. The moment the stone door opened and the ancient aura came out, Wang Lin immediately felt it. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slammed the wall behind him. A thunderous rumble echoed as Wang Lin's body flew out like a bolt of lightning toward the stone door. In an instant, he entered the 19th layer of the tattoo clan that no one had ever entered since it was sealed. The moment he entered, the stone door rumbled and slowly closed with a bang. Wang Lin didn't turn around. What he saw shocked him. The place he was at was not the real 19th layer, but a strange passage. At the end of this passage was the 19th layer. This passage was formed by rings that grew larger and larger. These rings were separated from each other and spread forward. If this was it, it wouldn't shock Wang Lin, but these rings were all the same as the rune on the stone door. They were all formed by the fusion of celestial spiritual energy and the aura of Tao blessing. It was because of their existence, and because they were connected to the stone door, that the rune loomed outside the stone door. How was this place formed? Wang Lin looked ahead. Even though he had been to many places and seen countless strange worlds, he was still shocked by what he saw. The further forward one went, the larger the circle became, and the repulsive force within it became even crazier. There was also a sharp aura that made it feel like the more Wang Lin walked forward, the more he felt like he was being locked on by a sword. Everything around the rings was pitch black, and even divine sense couldn't rush out to check. However, under Wang Lin's naked eyes, his pupils shrank as he vaguely sensed something. Outside the passage formed by the rings is actually dirt. Wang Lin's mind was a bit confused. He was originally deep underground in Shizuku, so it was natural for him to see dirt. However, after entering the stone door, he felt like he had entered another world. Seeing dirt again gave him an indescribable feeling. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Since he was here, he wanted to see what would happen here. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he quickly moved toward the end of the passage. The circles before Wang Lin gradually grew until they were thousands of feet wide. The ancient Tao aura and celestial spiritual energy became even stronger, and the fierce aura became even more powerful. It gave off endless coldness, but there was no sign of the area being frozen. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin saw the last ring before him. He had arrived at the end of the passage. This ring was already tens of thousands of feet wide, like the sky itself. Standing here, Wang Lin looked back. He couldn't see the stone door behind him. He could only see the rings that were getting smaller and smaller. While pondering, Wang Lin turned around and stepped toward the last ring. With a bang, he walked directly into the center of the ring. He saw Chapter 1576. He saw a piece of the sky. The sky was calm. There were no clouds or wind. It was as if a blue painting was hanging in the sky. However, there was a giant hole in the left side of the sky. This hole was dozens of feet wide and was a shocking sight. It was like a piece of paper that had a hole poked through it, and there were still some fragments hanging down. Inside the hole, he saw an arrow that was tens of thousands of feet thick and hundreds of thousands of feet long. This arrow pierced through the sky, but it didn't all fall. Half of it was stuck in the ground. Under the sky was a vast land. There were no mountains on this land, only a bare plain with no end in sight. It was as if a force had destroyed this land, leaving behind a deathly aura that hadn't dissipated since ancient times. Wang Lin appeared on the ground and was facing the arrow that pierced through the sky. Wang Lin was startled. A cold aura came from the arrow and entered between his eyebrows. This caused Wang Lin's body to tremble violently. He felt a sharp pain in his left eye. The fragments of the ancient order's inheritance appeared once more. Blood flowed out from Wang Lin's left eye and dripped onto his clothes. Down Mark Li Guang shot out my left eye. That left eye contained all my thoughts and memories of my hometown. The voice in Wang Lin's mind became louder and louder until it turned into a roar. "Give me back my left eye." Wang Lin's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with struggle and confusion. He could never erase the memories from his mind. In the memory, Li Guang held the bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. There was an arrow on the bowstring, and the arrow shot out with a monstrous hum. The arrow pierced through the sky and landed on Li Guang's body. It shot out his left eye and disappeared into the vast sea of stars. After a long time, Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps. He quickly sat down and began to cultivate. Time gradually passed. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He looked up at the arrow in the sky with a complicated gaze. There is no down Mark's left eye here, only this arrow. Wang Lin looked at the arrow. He had to admit that his previous guess was only half right. In this world, aside from the Dao Mark's left eye that had the aura of Dao Mark and the celestial spiritual energy from the bow, there was another thing that had the rejection force. That was this arrow. Wang Lin looked at the dried, black blood stain on the tip of the arrow. The aura of Dao Mark came from this blood stain. This blood came from the Dao Mark's left eye. He also saw that the tip of the arrow wasn't sharp like a horn, but a circular ring. This was an arrow without a blade, and the circular ring was like a rune seal. Precious things must be hidden in places no one can find. In particular, treasures that cannot be controlled must be hidden well. Once discovered, this treasure may cause the destruction of the entire clan. The tattoo clan hid very well. Wang Lin looked at the arrow in the sky and understood a lot. Faintly, images slowly appeared in his mind. Those images connected with his memories, forming a complete picture. In the image, in the ancient god base, Ancient One Yi Mo waved his hand, and the giant ancient body formed by a celestial spell killed countless people before him. At the same time, Li Guang's arrow shot out from Dao Mark's left eye and carried him out of the God of Fortune's tomb. Ripples spread across the stars as he charged into the endless void. That arrow was very, very large, and the power it contained was enough to shoot down the Dao Mark, much less space itself. As it pierced through space, nothing could stop it. At that time, there was obviously no realm ceiling formation. The arrow pierced through several large cultivation planets and dissipated into the distance, as they collapsed. However, as he traveled, perhaps he was in the outer realm, or perhaps he was in the inner realm, the Daoji left I fell off. It fell into the stars and disappeared without a trace. When it arrived in the inner realm, it didn't have much energy left. After breaking through the stars, it entered a broken realm that someone had set up at some unknown time. This fault realm was the world Wang Lin was looking at now. Perhaps there were many fierce beasts and vegetation here. Perhaps there were cultivators here. Perhaps this place was still full of life. But on that day, at that moment, the arrow came rumbling over, tearing through the sky, tearing a huge mushroom hole in the sky. Due to the dissipation of the remaining force, the arrow was stuck in a hole in the sky after piercing through more than half of the sky. The moment the giant arrow pierced through the world, the remaining killing intent was released. The moment it erupted, it fused with the blood from Dao Mark's left eye. This was the fusion of celestial and ancient energy, and it formed a powerful rejection force. This rejection force didn't collapse, but the moment it gathered at the tip of the arrow, it was absorbed by the rune on the tip of the arrow. The rune turned into shapeless circles that spread down the arrow. At first, these circles were the same size as the arrow, and they spread down tens of thousands of feet. However, they became smaller and smaller until they were only about 10 feet wide. The circles penetrated the earth and formed smaller and smaller circles that formed a passage. This passage went deep into the earth until it was only the size of a fist. It was just like what Wang Lin had seen from the stone gate. As the circular ripple spread out, it turned into a storm that swept through the world. Under the storm, the mountains collapsed and turned into dust, the rivers were vaporized, and the dried-up river channels were destroyed. The ocean here was pushed back into the air and dissipated. The basin-like seabed was wiped out by a giant hand and flattened by the storm. One by one, the countless beasts in the area died tragically. Their fleshly bodies dissipated, and they didn't even have time to let out their final screams of life. There was no need to mention the vegetation that turned to dust and danced in the wind. There were also the cultivators that might have existed here. Whether it was one person, a sect, or many, they all died to this storm. The storm swept this world and destroyed everything. This made this place look like what Wang Lin had seen before, flat, but there was a faint death aura lingering. This world was hidden among the stars. Perhaps it was because of the celestial, spiritual energy inside the arrow, but no one could find this place. It wasn't until the realm sealing formation appeared and the bloody battles between the inner and outer realms began. It wasn't until one day that someone in the outer realm vaguely calculated the approximate location of the arrow. As a result, the Tattoo clan entered. Perhaps the sovereign's daughter really did have the purpose of scheming against Qing Lin, or perhaps her real purpose was to find the arrow. After many twists and turns, the Tattoo clan finally found the location of the arrow without anyone noticing. However, they found that they couldn't dissipate this rejection force and couldn't control it. They sealed this place, perhaps with the help of the Sealing Extermination clan. In the end, they left behind a door, and this door was where Wang Lin had entered. The position of the door was very clever. It borrowed the power of the arrow to fuse with the last fist-sized circle to form the first seal on the door. They were waiting for the sovereign of the outer realm to personally come and take the arrow. However, during this long wait, a huge change occurred in the Tattoo clan. The sovereign's daughter was sealed in the demon spirit land by Qing Lin, and the Tattoo clan was slaughtered by the 4 celestial realms. A portion of the clan became slaves of the celestials and became the chosen immortal clan. A portion of the clan left and came to Shizuku to survive. The door was buried here in their hands. As time passed, the truth gradually dissipated and was replaced by a legend. A legend about the 19th layer of the Tattoo clan that sealed their ancestors' soul. Perhaps the sovereign had come here before. He entered the inner realm at all costs. Aside from killing the lord of the sealed realm, he wanted to take away the arrow the Tattoo clan had found. However, the roar from the inner realm had destroyed the sovereign's thoughts. He was terrified and was seriously injured before being sent out of the inner realm. This arrow remained here forever and was sealed by the Tattoo clan. Slowly, even Young Zi didn't know the truth. That was until Wang Lin arrived. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He didn't know if his guess was correct. All of this was interwoven from what he knew. Perhaps this was the truth. While pondering, Wang Lin took a step forward. With his step, he arrived next to the arrow that had pierced through the sky. Standing next to it, Wang Lin's body looked extremely small, like a person next to a mountain. He took a deep breath, jumped up, and sat cross-legged on the giant arrow. He raised his right hand and touched the ancient blood on the tip of the arrow. He slowly closed his eyes, and the ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly as he began to absorb the blood. He was going to absorb the blood from the left eye. This blood contained a very well-hidden demonic energy. This demonic energy was very useful to Wang Lin. While he was absorbing, Wang Lin waved his left hand and a crack to his storage space appeared. The ancient demon statue appeared beside Wang Lin and was pressed down by his left hand. Chapter 1577. Time slowly passed. There wasn't much blood left in Wang Lin's left eye, and a lot of it had dried up over the years. However, this blood came from Daoji's left eye, which was formed by a 9-star ancient demon. Although there wasn't much power left, it was still a great tonic for Wang Lin. The ancient demon power refined from the blood flowed through Wang Lin's right hand and into the ancient demon statue in his left hand. The statue gave off a demonic red glow, as if it had awakened, and continued to absorb. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 10th day. Perhaps the time here was different from the outside world, but to Wang Lin, it felt like 10 days had passed. The ancient blood before him slowly dried up, but the ancient demon statue beside him seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Ancient demon stars gradually appeared in his left eye. 1, 2, until 5 demon stars appeared. The demonic red light that flickered on its body almost illuminated the entire world. On the 11th day, the dried blood in Daoji's left eye collapsed into a dark red powder that fell off the arrow and landed before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand without hesitation. He gathered all the dark red blood fragments into his palm, making it look like a dark brown blood palm. He turned toward the ancient demon statue, raised his right hand, and mercilessly hit the top of its head. There was a thunderous bang as his palm landed. All of the dark brown blood in Wang Lin's palm fused with the G demon statue. This caused the demonic energy inside the statue to surge and howl. At this instant, the 5 ancient demon stars in the statue's left eye flashed rapidly, and the vortex of the 6th ancient demon star appeared. This vortex rapidly condensed toward the true 6th ancient demon star. There isn't much blood left in Daoji's left eye, and a lot of it has dissipated over the years. But I still have the other ancient demon. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his left hand formed a seal to open his storage space. He grabbed the ancient demon he had captured from Blood God. This ancient demon was sealed and sleeping, so Wang Lin tore open the seal. The moment it awakened, Wang Lin's right hand hit its body. With a bang, the ancient demon star and the ancient demon's left eye collapsed into a powerful surge of demonic spiritual energy. Wang Lin pushed the demonic spiritual energy toward the statue of Qiji demon. After fusing with this demonic spiritual energy, the ancient demon statue became as red as blood. The 6th ancient demon star formed, and the 7th ancient demon star appeared in its left eye. With the last of the blood from Dao Gu's left eye, and almost all the demonic spiritual energy from Blood God, Wang Lin's ancient demon statue successfully formed the 7th ancient demon star in its left eye. As promised, Wang Lin didn't destroy Blood God's life force, but kept its soul. He sealed it and placed it inside his storage space. He was going to let it go after he left. Since I can't find Dao Gu's left eye, then I'll raise one myself." Wang Lin looked at the ancient demon statue and felt like blood was thicker than water. He waved his sleeve and put the ancient demon statue inside his storage space. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked down at the giant arrow and his eyes shined brightly. "From now on, this arrow is my Wang Lin's treasure." With the Li Guang bow, "I wonder how powerful this arrow will be." Wang Lin slowly placed his right hand on the arrow. He endured the rejection force inside his body and activated the celestial spiritual energy inside his body. The celestial dragon moved, and Wang Lin's body trembled. There was a flash of golden light, and his body seemed to become transparent. A bow gradually appeared inside his body. This bow was like Wang Lin's tendons, and it gave off bursts of golden light. At this moment, Wang Lin was the bow. The moment the bow appeared, the giant arrow under Wang Lin trembled as if it had sensed the bow. A powerful arrow energy came from the arrow and shot toward Wang Lin's body. At this instant, Wang Lin felt an ancient soul. This soul was the soul of the arrow. It seemed to have awakened from its slumber, and the moment it rushed into Wang Lin's body, it made contact with the bow. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, "Shrink." At the instant the words left his mouth, the gigantic arrow shuddered and shrank. As it shrank, the arrow slid downwards, and with a bang, it fell several tens of thousands of feet before stopping. The part of the arrow behind it, which was outside the hole in the sky, was stuck once again. "Shrink a bit more." Wang Lin's voice was as cold as ice. The arrow trembled and shrank once more. As it shrank, the arrow fell from the hole in the sky, and the tip of the arrow shot toward the earth. A loud bang echoed in the air as the arrow landed on the ground. The tip of the arrow pierced deep into the ground, and the body of the arrow buzzed and trembled. The moment it landed, Wang Lin retreated and stood on the 9 feathers at the end of the arrow. These 9 feathers were very soft, and as Wang Lin stood on them, his body moved up and down along with the trembling of the arrow. After shrinking twice, the arrow was still 100,000 feet long and a few hundred feet wide. From afar, it looked like a huge pillar that was stabbed diagonally into the ground. Wang Lin stood on the feathers and looked up at the hole in the sky. Beyond the hole was darkness, and he had no idea where it led to. Under his gaze, the edges of the hole slowly wriggled and actually began to heal slowly. "This place is strange." Wang Lin lowered his head and formed a seal with his right hand before pointing at the arrow. "Shrink, shrink, shrink." The giant arrow trembled once more and shrank rapidly. Finally, there was a flash of light, and the moment Wang Lin landed, the arrow returned to its normal size. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the arrow landed in his hand. Holding the arrow, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He saw 4 runes on the arrow. These 4 runes were slender and covered the entire body of the arrow. They gave off a faint, ghostly light. These 4 runes are related to souls. They should be able to increase the power of the arrow. Back then, Li Guang was able to shoot out Dao Gu's left eye with 1 arrow. I wonder what kind of soul he used. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and then his left hand pointed at his forehead. A star appeared on his forehead, and the Emperor Furnace appeared. The moment the giant Emperor Furnace appeared, it began to slowly rotate. Wang Lin clearly saw the souls of 2 people inside the furnace. Esteemed Nanzhao and esteemed teacher Tian Zhao. Their souls were suppressed inside the Emperor Furnace by Wang Lin. "I'll use their souls to power this arrow." Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as his left hand pointed at the Emperor Furnace. The furnace trembled and the lid opened. Nanzhao and Tian Zhao's souls flew out, but before they could escape, they were grabbed by Wang Lin's left hand. As their souls roared, Wang Lin pressed them onto the arrow in his right hand. The runes on the body of the arrow flashed with a dazzling light, and esteemed Nanzhao and esteemed Master Tian Zhao's soul roars suddenly stopped, fusing with 2 of the 4 runes. In an instant, a world-shaking aura erupted from the arrow. This aura was so strong that even Wang Lin would be shocked. There are 2 more runes. As for the sealed souls, as Wang Lin pondered, his left hand reached at the void. A crack to his storage space appeared, and a giant pavilion flew out. This pavilion was the underworld that Wang Lin had found in the land of the Ji god, Yi Mo. This pavilion had several windows. Back then, Wang Lin saw that there were 3 powerful souls sealed inside. Unless it was a last resort, he couldn't release them. At this moment, Wang Lin stared at the pavilion and the 3 souls inside. He pondered for a long time and didn't act rashly. Instead, he put away the pavilion. Those 3 souls are too powerful. They are enemies that Dao Ji sealed in his hometown. With my current strength, if I release them, I will suffer a backlash. While pondering, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the ring at the tip of the arrow. Looking at this ring, Wang Lin looked at it for several hours. This ring was the key to the rejection force formed by the ancient and celestial pressure inside the arrow. However, after a long time, Wang Lin still couldn't see through the structure of this ring. He let out a sigh and gave up observing it. He waved his right hand, and the arrow dissipated. The 7 rays of golden light entered Wang Lin's orifices and disappeared without a trace. After putting away the arrow, Wang Lin looked at the world around him. He took a step forward, and his body merged with the earth. He followed the rings and charged toward the stone door at the end. He moved very quickly and calmly. Soon, he arrived at the last ring behind the stone door. He didn't stop and wave his right hand. The stone door rumbled open, and he stepped inside. When he reappeared, he was back at the 18th floor of the Tattoo Clan. Standing on the 18th floor, Wang Lin looked back at the stone door. He waved his sleeve, and the stone door closed once more. His hands formed seals, and he left behind many seals. Wang Lin was about to leave. I need to refine the Tao fruit to complete my life and death, karma, and true and false essences. Wang Lin was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and exclaimed softly. His gaze fell on the wall that he had smashed into when he broke the seal on the stone door. The wall was covered in cracks, and large amounts of rubble had fallen off. One of the cracks was very deep and seemed to pierce through the wall, revealing what was behind it. Wang Lin had been completely focused on the opening of the stone door and hadn't paid attention to the cracks in the wall. Now that he calmed down, he immediately saw what was strange about it. His gaze followed the cracks in the wall and faintly saw what seemed to be a dark and empty land. The aura coming from there was very familiar to Wang Lin. The foreign battleground, muttered Wang Lin. Chapter 1578. The 18th layer of the Tattoo Clan is not deep under Shizuku, but in the foreign battleground. Wang Lin walked up to the wall and pressed down hard on it. Cracking sounds echoed, and even more cracks appeared on the wall. Finally, with a bang, several cracks connected together, and the wall collapsed, revealing a gap. Wang Lin stood in the gap, and before him was the foreign battleground. The foreign battleground was incomparably large and had almost no end. Under Wang Lin's gaze, he saw several giant corpses slowly float by and wander endlessly into the distance. Within the corpses, a large number of wandering souls could be seen darting about. Off in the distance, a windstorm seemed to sweep across the area. It was soundless, and yet the shrill cries of souls could be heard. Shockingly, that windstorm was made up entirely of wandering souls. Wang Lin was startled. His divine sense spread out, and he clearly saw where he was. There was also a giant skeleton. This skeleton didn't belong to a human, but to a fierce beast that looked like a dragon. He was where the fierce beast's skull was. The wall he had broken open was actually a small piece of the fierce beast's skull. At this moment, he was standing inside the fierce beast's skull and looking ahead. If one looked at where Wang Lin was from the foreign battleground, they would clearly see that the area around the giant skull was filled with countless corpses. They formed a large, endless expanse. The wandering souls in the distance closed in. However, the moment they closed in, the countless wandering souls seemed to notice something terrifying. They all let out screams and quickly retreated in terror. It was as if Wang Lin's existence caused them to feel extreme fear. Wang Lin was once a soul devourer. He stared at the foreign battleground. He had been to too many cultivation planets and too many places, but he had never seen a foreign battleground like the one on planet Suzaku. It was as if the foreign battleground only belonged to Suzaku's Shio 2. While pondering, Wang Lin stepped forward. After 2,000 years, he once again stepped into the foreign battleground that gave him a new life. He couldn't forget back then when he was killed by the Tang family ancestor. With the help of the heaven-defying bead and situ Tong, his soul entered this place and saw the dead Ma Yang. He took over his body and began his new life. After a long time, as Wang Lin's divine sense spread across the foreign battleground, he saw too many corpses and countless wandering souls. Those wandering souls all screamed and retreated, wanting to avoid Wang Lin's divine sense. However, in the end, they couldn't and could only tremble before his divine sense. Some of those corpses belonged to cultivators, but even more belonged to strange, fierce beasts. Wang Lin had never seen most of these fierce beasts before. The range of his divine sense became larger and larger. It had already surpassed all the places he had been to and all the places Suzaku had explored. As his divine sense continued to spread, Wang Lin gradually saw even more corpses. A moment later, Wang Lin's divine sense seemed to have touched the edge of the foreign battleground. There seemed to be a barrier that limited his divine sense here. Wang Lin's divine sense didn't stop and spread out. A monstrous rumble echoed at the edge of the foreign battleground. Wang Lin seemed to hear the sound of a mirror shattering. His divine sense broke through the barrier and saw the world behind it. It was still the foreign battleground, but the area was even larger. Compared to the area behind the barrier, it was like comparing a river to the sea. Wang Lin was shocked. He stood there and spread out his divine sense endlessly. In the foreign battleground behind the barrier, Wang Lin saw many corpses that emitted golden light. Those corpses, those golden light, they were celestials. He saw countless fierce beast bones. These fierce beast bones were incomparably ferocious and gave off a powerful aura. It was clear that these beasts had heaven-shaking power when they were alive. His divine sense once again spread out like crazy. Wang Lin saw far too much. He saw the giant mosquito beast bones, the Ji Qiong bones, and countless fierce beast bones that were hundreds of thousands of feet large. All the fierce beasts he had seen in his life, aside from the netherworld, were present in the foreign battleground outside the barrier. Wang Lin's mind trembled like a huge wave. His divine sense spread out once more. After scanning the countless skeletons, he finally found the real edge of the foreign battleground. His divine sense covered the entire foreign battleground. At this moment, Wang Lin's pupils shrank and revealed a look of horror. The moment his divine sense completely covered the foreign battleground, he found that the entire foreign battleground was actually a huge fragment. This fragment had a strange connection with Suzaku. It was as if Suzaku was born because of it. This fragment was very irregular, as if it was part of something else. Wang Lin's mind rumbled. At this moment, the shocking secret that Elder Rosefinch of the Four Divine Sect had passed on to him before he died appeared in his mind. Suzaku was part of the gate. Those words echoed in Wang Lin's mind and slowly merged with the foreign battleground he saw with his divine sense. With this enlightenment, he looked at the foreign battleground again and immediately recognized that the foreign battleground formed by the fragment was part of a mysterious gate. The gate that the Four Divine Sect found back then. What kind of gate is it? Does the first-generation ancestor of the Fallen Land know about this? Wang Lin stood there for a long time before he slowly suppressed the shock in his heart. In his mind, the image of the woman in silver and her terrified expression when she saw the statue of the seven-colored Taoist and her mournful words appeared in his mind. The gate wasn't opened by me. The gate wasn't opened by me. Wang Lin silently pondered. He didn't know if these two gates were the same or not. His divine sense slowly retracted until it completely returned to his body. He looked at the foreign battleground with a complicated expression, then turned around and left with a confused expression. After returning to Suzaku this time, Wang Lin found too many things. These things made him feel even more unfamiliar with Suzaku. Red Butterfly didn't die. The 19th layer of the tattoo race sealed Li Guang's arrow. Back then, the foreign battleground was only a small area, and there was a wider world outside. It turns out it was part of the door. Wang Lin sat at the top of a mountain on planet Suzaku, facing the howling mountain wind. He allowed the wind to blow his hair and clothes. He sat there with a complicated expression in his eyes. As my cultivation level increased, I gradually learned all the secrets about Suzaku. So this place is like this. Wang Lin looked at the darkening sky before him. Dark clouds slowly gathered, and thunder came from the distance. It began to rain in the distance. A white bird quickly flapped its wings and struggled to fly away from the dark clouds. It wanted to avoid the dark clouds that gave it a sense of life and death. But in the end, there was a heaven-shaking thunder. The bird trembled and was devoured by the dark clouds behind it. Seeing this, Wang Lin's expression became serious, and he felt that something was wrong. The rain moved with the clouds and had not yet arrived, but there was a gust of wind that blew through the rain. The moisture fell on Wang Lin's body, and it was very cold. This rain was autumn rain. The sky gradually darkened, and the sound of thunder echoed. It seemed to be getting closer and closer to the mountain where Wang Lin was. The dark clouds rolled and spread out like ink on a piece of paper. The rain became even heavier. The sound of the rain was carried by the wind and became more and more frequent and clear in Wang Lin's ears. The dust on the ground should have been kicked up by the rain, but it was deathly silent. Some of the pebbles around Wang Lin on the mountain would have been blown away by the wind, but at this moment, it was as if there was an invisible force pressing down on them, causing them to be motionless. There was a bang, and another bolt of thunder echoed. A few bolts of lightning that seemed to connect the heavens and earth appeared in the distant horizon where Wang Lin was. The moment the bolts of lightning appeared, they lit up the dark clouds around them. They were like silver snakes twisting around them, but they were also like marks. Looking at the rolling dark clouds, Wang Lin let out a deep breath. An indescribable sense of irritation slowly grew in his heart. Wang Lin frowned and suppressed the unfamiliarity he felt with what Suzaku had discovered. After returning to Suzaku, he had finished everything he needed to do. Right now, he was going to refine the rejection force in his body. He was going to complete his life and death, karma, and true and false essences. He was going to refine the slaughter essence sword that Shimizu had given him. With the 6 essences, he would break open the void gate and become a third-step cultivator. Wang Lin stood up and was about to leave. Behind him, the rolling dark clouds closed in as if there was a god of slaughter staring at Wang Lin. Just like how it devoured the white bird, it wanted to devour and destroy Wang Lin. Thunder intersected with each other, and lightning flickered. As the rain continued to pour down, a murderous aura suddenly erupted from the dark clouds. This murderous aura was extremely sudden. Wang Lin's right foot that was about to leave suddenly stopped. All the hair on his body stood up, and a powerful sense of life and death crisis turned into a soul-stirring heartbeat. He suddenly turned around and stared at the rolling dark clouds with a serious expression. Something's wrong. The 3 scenes that Wang Lin had seen flashed through his mind. The bird died, the dust didn't drift, and the stone didn't move. This life and death crisis was even more than what Wang Lin had experienced in the ancient god tomb. It was more than what he had experienced after returning to the inner realm. This life and death crisis was like a life and death calamity that Wang Lin had to face, just like Red Butterfly. Only after experiencing this life and death calamity would he have the qualifications to continue living. This was the realization that had appeared in his heart the moment he saw the roiling black clouds behind him. There was no real killing aura inside the rolling clouds. This killing aura was formed by the thunder and lightning. It was formed by Wang Lin's intuition. However, this change didn't appear earlier or later. It appeared right before Wang Lin. This was a change in the heavens. The heavens change. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. Without hesitation, his divine sense spread out and covered Shizuku. His divine sense rushed into the stars. And the moment his divine sense saw the stars, Wang Lin's expression changed. Chapter 1579. The star system outside Shizuku wasn't dark with specks of starlight. Instead, it was filled with blue light, causing the star system to turn completely blue. It was like the sky, or it could be said that the sky had appeared outside Shizuku. This was supposed to be impossible, but right now, it had become a reality. There was no star system outside Shizuku. The entire Shizuku seemed to be shrouded by a shocking Tao spell. It was as if it had been pulled out of the inner realm and appeared in a vast world. This world was blue. It replaced the star system. In this blue world, there was nothing but a cultivation planet. This cultivation planet was Rosefinch. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly, and his eyes revealed a monstrous, cold gaze. When his divine sense swept by Shizuku, his expression became even more gloomy. At this instant, there was no longer any life in Wang Lin's divine sense on Shizuku. It wasn't just the earth cultivators, the mortals, even the plants and ferocious beasts. They all seemed to have evaporated into thin air and completely disappeared. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin was the only one left on Shizuku. It wasn't that all the living beings on Shizuku had died or disappeared. It was Wang Lin who had disappeared. Shizuku was still there, still in the inner realm. The countless living beings on it were still doing trivial things. Zhou Wutai was still sitting on the statue of Rosefinch, silently drinking wine. The many cultivators were still immersed in the excitement of the Lord of the Sealed Realm's return. On Shizuku, there was no one above the mountain where Wang Lin had been standing. The sky before the mountain was blue and calm, without any dark clouds. It was as if Shizuku was being shined on by a mirror, and it was split into two. One was in the inner realm, as complete as the sun. The other was dead silent, with only Wang Lin remaining in that majestic world. On the same mountain, the wind and sun were beautiful. On the same mountain, Wang Lin stood at the top of the mountain. Dark clouds surged, thunder roared, and rain poured down. This kind of Tao spell could steal the power of fortune. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stepped into the dark clouds. He pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword and walked out of planet Shizuku that had been split off from planet Shizuku. The moment he walked out, a blinding light came from the world outside Shizuku. The endless, blue light seemed to be able to penetrate the void. Wang Lin stood in this world, and behind him was the dead planet Shizuku. Before him was an endless world that even his divine sense couldn't cover. It was as if it was truly a boundless world. The ground was not made of soil, but a calm surface of water. There were no ripples on the surface of the water. Instead, it reflected the blue sky perfectly. From afar, the world Wang Lin was in looked like a well that was expanding endlessly. Wang Lin. A vague voice suddenly came from the sky and entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin silently pondered as he raised his head to look at the sky. His pupils shrank, and he took a deep breath. Popping sounds came from his body, and a faint, golden light came from his body as he activated his full cultivation. Blue light filled the sky and slowly condensed into a blue figure. This figure was a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and let out a sigh. Wang Lin clasped his hands and calmly said, "Wang Lin greets Tao Master Blue Dream." Tao Master Blue Dream silently looked at Wang Lin. Time gradually passed. After a long time, the complicated expression in his eyes dissipated and was replaced with determination. His voice slowly echoed, "I didn't participate in the death of the Lord of the Sealed Realm last time. This time, I won't act against you. This world was created by all the third-step arcane, void cultivators of the ancient star system, and a celestial imperial concubine helped. They can break the void and trap you here without anyone in the inner realm noticing. This world can exist for 3 hours. During these 3 hours, you will find it difficult to escape death. The old man has a day with you, so I came out to tell you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the Lord of the Sealed Realm. And the Lord of the Sealed Realm must die. Tao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh as he turned around and turned into specks of blue light that fused with the sky. The moment he turned around and disappeared, violent ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. A person walked out from the ripples. That person's body was blurry, and one could only vaguely see that it was a gray-robed old man. The old man's eyes were like lightning and contained a hint of killing intent. The moment he appeared, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. Although you can't use the old man's full cultivation here, just at the mid-stage of Spirit Void, you will die today, just like the Lord of the Sealed Realm. This finger caused the world to change colors and a gust of wind to appear. The finger turned into a gray dragon. As it roared, it had a ferocious expression and charged at Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. What was even more shocking was that there was a vast amount of Joss flames within the dragon. When the Joss flames gathered together, they let out shrill roars that could shake one's soul. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his expression became serious. At this moment, he no longer cared about life and death. He had to survive this calamity, and he had to survive it even if he died. This was the calamity of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm had died to the siege of several third-step cultivators in the ancient star system. It was like a reincarnation cycle, and today, this calamity had appeared once more on Wang Lin. 6 hours. The gray dragon closed in. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to step forward and point at the sky. Call the Wind filled the blue world and turned into Sure San, who had reached his limit. Sure San's black dragon rage too blew out a destructive wind. This wind was golden and shot toward the gray dragon. Golden, the gray-robed old man's eyes narrowed. The two sides collided in an instant and a thunderous rumble echoed. A shockwave spread out and the gray dragon entangled with Sure San's black dragon. The roar shook the world. Under this impact, Wang Lin's long hair fluttered and he retreated several dozen feet. His face was pale and he suddenly raised his head. His right hand formed a fist, but instead of moving forward, he turned around and threw a punch behind him. Just as he turned around, ripples echoed behind him and an old woman with a blurry figure walked out. She was wearing black and her eyes were gloomy. She raised her dried-up right hand and mercilessly pointed at the retreating Wang Lin's back. However, what greeted her was Wang Lin's punch. One punch and one finger collided. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked back. The old woman's body trembled, and the tip of her right index finger shattered into pieces. There was a flash of coldness in her eyes, and she walked toward Wang Lin. You do have some skill. Blood flowed out of Wang Lin's mouth, but his eyes were calm. He knew that it would be difficult to pass this calamity. The 6 hours were like a ravine before him, but it was impossible for him to accept his death. No one can control my fate, not even a life or death calamity. As he retreated, he suddenly raised his right hand and pointed up into the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the blue glow in the sky was swept away by the golden light, which then transformed into a gigantic palm image. Golden light again. The gray-robed old man's pupils shrank. Even the black-robed old woman narrowed her eyes. However, just as the palm print appeared, a shocking sword energy appeared behind Wang Lin. This sword energy contained a monstrous coldness and turned into an icicle behind Wang Lin. This icicle came from the void and charged at Wang Lin with cracking sounds. Before the icicle was a blue short sword. This short sword was too fast and appeared at the moment Wang Lin used the war spirit print. The moment it appeared, the world became cold, and it charged at Wang Lin. Endless light appeared around Wang Lin. As the cold sword closed in, a giant light shadow appeared. However, the moment the light shadow appeared, it was touched by the cold sword. With a cracking sound, the light shadow shield turned into a giant ice sculpture. The cold sword penetrated the ice sculpture and charged at Wang Lin with monstrous killing intent. There was a loud bang, and Wang Lin's war spirit print was interrupted. He coughed out blood once more, and his body was thrown forward. The icicle chased after him like crazy. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. There was a flash of blood light in his hand, and he threw it backward. The bloodlight was monstrous, and the blood sword charged at the cold sword. From a distance, this scene was extremely shocking. This was a confrontation between the bloodlight and the cold sword. This was a collision between survival and killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the two swords collided. Thunderous rumbles shook the heavens and earth. Sword hymns came from the two swords at the same time. The cold sword trembled before it was broken in half and was sent flying backwards. The blood sword trembled and the bloodlight collapsed. It was also knocked back and was caught by Wang Lin. He stared ahead. A man in white slowly walked out from beside the broken cold sword. His eyes were cold and filled with ruthlessness as he looked at Wang Lin. "Finish this quickly." The man's words were as cold as his expression. As he spoke, he stepped forward. The gray-robed old man and the old woman in black also turned into two rays of light and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated. Although their cultivation levels were suppressed due to some special reason, they were at the mid-stage of Spirit Void. Especially since there were three of them. Wang Lin couldn't resist them at all. As Wang Lin retreated, he pointed at the sky, and the war spirit print that had been interrupted appeared once more. Wang Lin's eyes were golden and filled with battle intent. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." Wang Lin's voice was calm. The more dangerous it was, the more crazy he was, and the calmer his mind was. This was a habit he had developed after more than 2,000 years of life and death. At that moment, as he waved his hand, the golden light spread out and the sky rumbled. The gigantic palm print shone with a golden light and swept down like crazy. Before the palm print even arrived, a powerful pressure descended. This was the most authentic war spirit print. The palm print was clearly visible, and it was like a mountain range that slammed down. "What is this golden light? It actually makes me tremble." The gray-robed old man stared at the golden light from the war spirit print. Chapter 1580. The moment the golden palm print appeared, Wang Lin stepped forward. Ripples appeared around him, and he suddenly appeared above the palm print. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of golden blood into the palm print. This caused the palm print to shine even brighter. "You want to kill me? You'll have to pay the price." Wang Lin let out a roar, and his expression was ferocious. His right hand pressed down on the golden palm print, and a vortex appeared on the calm surface of the water. The gray-robed old man's eyes lit up. The moment Wang Lin's war spirit print closed in, he waved his right hand, and a round bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle was transparent, and it was filled to the brim with yellow soil. He crushed the bottle, and the soil inside flew out. With a wave of his arm, the soil immediately shone with a yellow light. More and more of it appeared. It became denser and denser. In the blink of an eye, the soil before the old man was almost 100,000 feet wide. Earth essence, zero burial. As the old man spoke, the dirt surged into the sky and charged at Wang Lin's golden war spirit print. At the same time, the old woman in black's expression was calm. Her hands formed a seal, and she waved them. Her 9 fingernails instantly elongated and broke off from her fingertips. They turned into 9 rays of black light and charged out. Within the black light, on the fingernails, there were 9 gigantic ghosts roaring as they manifested. Their fingernails were like flying swords, and, as they stepped on them, they whistled through the air behind the monstrous soil. The man in white, who was as cold as ice, stared at the war spirit print charging at him from the sky. He bit his right hand and used his blood to quickly draw a seal before him. The moment the seal appeared, it immediately turned into blood ice, and with a wave of his hand, it flew into the air. The world trembled. This was the resistance of a powerful spell. Wang Lin's war spirit print collided with a monstrous dirt. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the earth covered the entire area of the palm print. Thunderous rumbles came from within. At the same time, the old woman in black's 9 fingernails pierced through the earth with ghostly shadows and pierced into it with popping sounds. Immediately after, the white-robed man's blood ice mark fell. The moment it touched the soil, the mark collapsed and turned into an icy aura that swept out in all directions, directly freezing the area. Earth collapse, soul kill, ice movement. The three of them stood below and looked at the palm print that was filled with their spells. They spoke almost at the same time, and at this moment, the palm print suddenly collapsed into pieces. The 5 fingers fell down like mountains, and as they collapsed, a powerful impact spread out. Wang Lin coughed out blood and retreated as the war spirit print was destroyed. His body was pierced by 9 fingernails, and the wounds showed signs of turning into dirt. Coldness filled his body, as if his body was going to be frozen to death. His eyes were red, and he coughed out blood once more as he retreated. He staggered and was seriously injured in a short period of time. Wang Lin revealed a miserable smile, but there was monstrous, killing intent in his eyes. His right hand reached at the void, and a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to devour them, the 3 people below all stepped forward. They moved like 3 rays of light and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. The gray-robed old man revealed a serious expression. He didn't know what the golden light was, but he vaguely felt like he had seen it before. At this moment, he appeared to the left of Wang Lin and raised his right index finger. His entire index finger seemed to be made of dirt, and it shot toward the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. As he pointed, endless Joss flame souls rushed out from his fingertip. They turned into countless grains of dirt and were about to surround Wang Lin. Just like how they destroyed the war spirit print, they were going to surround and kill Wang Lin. At the same time, the old woman in black walked out to the right of Wang Lin. Her eyes lit up and her 5 fingers pressed down on Wang Lin's chest. The Joss flame souls turned into ghostly shadows and let out cruel roars as they charged at Wang Lin. The old woman's 5 fingers were like the underworld, and they were filled with monstrous killing intent. The indifferent man in white walked out before Wang Lin. His expression was still cold and ruthless as he raised his right hand. A cold aura spread out and his palm shot toward Wang Lin's head. "It's over," the man said softly. The 3 of them attacked at the same time toward Wang Lin. At this moment of crisis, the ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows flashed and the Emperor Furnace appeared around him. The moment the Emperor Furnace appeared, it collided with the 3 of them. It trembled and collapsed into countless specks of ghostly light that returned to between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Taking advantage of the Emperor Furnace resisting for a moment, Wang Lin let out a roar and the light and shadow shield appeared once more. However, it only lasted for a moment before the light and shadow shield shattered. All of this happened too fast. From a moment the 3 of them attacked until now, only a few breaths of time had passed. At this speed, Wang Lin had experienced many life and death situations. He didn't even have time to use many of his spells and treasures. Even the war spirit print was interrupted once. Wang Lin even had to split a portion of his divine sense to observe his surroundings. He didn't believe that there were only 3 of them. Killing him this time was like killing the Lord of the Sealed Realm. It was a big move by the entire ancient star system. The sovereign hadn't appeared yet. The ancient celestial imperial concubine hadn't acted yet. This crisis was the biggest one in Wang Lin's life. This was a death calamity. The moment the light and shadow shield collapsed and the fragments flew away from Wang Lin's right arm lit up and an ancient god bracer appeared. He needed time to use more spells and treasures, but the other party wouldn't give him this chance at all. Since they wouldn't give him this chance, he would have to create it himself. As the three of them closed in, Wang Lin felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows, chest, and head. The bracer on his right arm erupted with powerful ancient god power. This god Ji's power was heaven-shaking and suddenly turned into the giant ancient god shadow that had protected him several times around Wang Lin. This ancient god shadow was covered in scars, but that warm feeling was still there. The moment the ancient god shadow that seemed to support the world appeared, the three of them's attacks landed on it. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The god Ji shadow trembled and looked down at Wang Lin, who was protected by it. Its body suddenly collapsed, and the moment it collapsed, all the stars between its eyebrows exploded. An extremely powerful ancient god power erupted from his body and turned into a powerful impact that spread toward the three people behind him. The expressions of the three of them changed, and they coughed out blood as they retreated. Before their eyes, the giant god Ji rapidly dissipated. First its legs, then its body. In an instant, only its right hand remained. The ancient god's right hand grabbed Wang Lin and threw him toward the water below. When it threw him again, the right hand dissipated. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, and the aura of the god Ji surrounded him. With a bang, he fell into the water and sank to the bottom. Large amounts of ripples appeared on the surface of the water. The three of them stared at the water. After adjusting their auras, they charged again with killing intent and were about to chase. At the bottom of the water, Wang Lin's bracer was broken into pieces. It slowly separated from his right arm and spread in all directions. His eyes were filled with sadness and madness. The moment the three of them closed in on him and closed in on the water, a shocking vortex suddenly appeared on the calm water. A shocking whirlpool suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the water. As muffled rumbles reverberated in the air, two gigantic fists formed by water stretched out from the surface of the water and charged towards the white-robed man who was right at the front of the group. The young man in white's eyes lit up. As the water fist closed in, his right hand hit it. A cold aura spread out and the fist turned into ice and collapsed. However, at the same time, Wang Lin let out a roar and broke through everything. His right fist collided with the young man in white's palm. This punch was the strongest punch Wang Lin had used while ignoring the rejection force inside his body. An ancient head appeared behind Wang Lin. The young man in white was knocked back thousands of feet and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Golden blood also sprayed out from Wang Lin's body, but he didn't stop. After forcing back the young man in white, he turned around and walked toward the gray-robed old man. He raised his right hand and golden thunder appeared in his right eye. In a flash, the blue sky was replaced by endless thunder. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, and monstrous thunder rumbled toward the gray-robed old man. Thunder rumbled, and the old man didn't have time to dodge at all. He was instantly surrounded by the golden thunder. The celestial spiritual energy inside made this thunder become celestial thunder, and its power increased greatly. The gray-robed old man's expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. Golden lightning moved through his body, and he coughed out blood. Celestial spiritual energy. This is celestial spiritual energy. As he retreated, the old man's eyes were filled with fear. He finally remembered what this golden light was. Wang Lin's injuries became even more serious. At this moment, he was fighting with his life on the line. He ignored the rejection force and turned around with a ferocious expression. The fire in his left eye was monstrous, and his left palm slammed toward the old woman in black. Endless golden flames surged out and surrounded the old woman. Blood flowed out from the corner of the old woman's mouth, and she quickly retreated. Her eyes were filled with terror. Her eyes were also filled with astonishment. What astonished her was the two words the gray-robed old man had said. Celestial, spiritual energy. Wang Lin had risked his serious injuries to force back the three of them in exchange for a precious opportunity. He took a step back and pointed at the sky with a ferocious expression. realm-burning umbrella. Open the umbrella to destroy the realm. The blue sky darkened and a huge umbrella pole appeared. In an instant, the blue sky above turned into an umbrella curtain. From afar, it looked like a blue umbrella. However, just as the umbrella appeared, a sea of flames filled the sky and shrouded the umbrella, turning it into a realm-burning umbrella. Chapter 1581. The moment the ancient umbrella appeared, a monstrous, destructive fire spread out from the umbrella. It shrouded the sky and rapidly burned down. Under these flames, the world distorted. It was as if everything was about to be torn apart. Thick smoke surged as the sea of flames howled. The expressions of the three of them changed greatly. They didn't have time to kill Wang Lin, so they quickly retreated. The appearance of the fire umbrella brought them a strong sense of life and death crisis. Although they were only projections, and even if they died, their original bodies wouldn't be affected. However, once the projections died, they would still be seriously injured and need to recover. At this moment, the three of them desperately retreated. The Lord of the Sealed Realm. This person is indeed worthy of being the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He can actually use this kind of destructive spell with his cultivation level. The expression of the gray-robed old man changed greatly. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm was extremely difficult to kill. I didn't expect this generation's Lord of the Sealed Realm to be the same. The old woman in black gasped. She looked at Wang Lin with killing intent, but she quickly retreated. The realm-burning ancient umbrella was a spell that didn't belong to this world. With Wang Lin's cultivation level and the fact that he hadn't fully comprehended it yet, it consumed a large amount of vitality. The sea of fire from the umbrella was all his vitality. At this moment, his face rapidly aged, but not only did the coldness in his eyes not lessen, it became even stronger. You want to escape? Can you escape? If you want to kill me, Wang Lin, then you must pay the price. Wang Lin let out a roar, and his vitality was released like crazy into the realm-burning, auspicious umbrella. This caused the fire inside to become even stronger and devour the area below. The man in white's face was pale, and he clenched his teeth as he retreated. He raised his right hand and hit the spot between his eyebrows. There was a bang, and a snowflake tattoo appeared between his eyebrows. Once the runic symbol appeared, a wave of cold air instantly spread out. At the instant it fought against the sea of fire, the middle-aged man let out a low growl and grabbed the center of his brows with his right hand. In an instant, the snowflake mark between his brows was completely pulled out. He tossed it directly toward the ancient umbrella that was releasing the sea of flames in the sky. With my lifespan as my Tao, the soul of ice and snow as my heaven, and the void as my guide, I shall freeze eternity. The middle-aged man's status was clearly higher than the other two. Even on Supreme Luck Star, he was second only to the primordial 5 sovereigns. His attack caused the world to change color. In this well-like world, the calm surface of the water immediately emitted a series of cracking sounds when the cold aura spread. A wave of cold aura rose from the surface of the water, and the center of the water was instantly frozen. The ice spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the entire surface of the water was completely covered in a huge layer of ice, and there was no end to it. Such a huge ice surface immediately gave off strands of white cold aura. This cold aura rose into the air and fought against the sea of fire, causing the entire sky to tremble. In the sky, a huge snowflake mark that was hundreds of thousands of feet large appeared on the umbrella. The moment it appeared, thunderous rumbles came from the sky, and in an instant, the entire sky was frozen. The sky was frozen. The earth was frozen. Snowflakes appeared in the world, and as the middle-aged man let out a roar, he raised his right hand and pointed at the ancient umbrella burning in the ice. The endless snowflakes moved and charged at the umbrella from all directions. At a glance, all one could see were white snowflakes dancing and turning into a snowstorm that crashed into the ancient umbrella. The sea of fire spread out from the ancient umbrella, and the snowflakes rapidly melted and fell like rain. At this moment, endless cold aura came from the frozen surface of the water. It fused with the cold aura coming from the frozen sky and charged at the ancient umbrella. As crackling sounds echoed, the sea of fire released by the umbrella was sealed by a large amount of ice. Even the umbrella was turned into an ice sculpture. Countless giant icicles gathered under the ancient umbrella as the snow melted, and they gave off waves of cold light. Countless icicles extended from the sky to the ground, connecting with the ice sculpture of the ancient umbrella. At a glance, it was a shocking sight. The middle-aged man let out a breath, and the other two retreating also stopped. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand pointed at the ancient umbrella that was sealed in ice. A large amount of his life force was sacrificed, and muffled rumbles came from the ancient umbrella. The middle-aged man's expression changed again, and shock appeared on his face as he retreated madly. The other two who had stopped in the distance also felt their scalps crawl, and they quickly retreated. The sea of fire in the ice spread outwards, and with a bang, a large amount of ice shattered. The first to shatter were the icicles connected to the sky, followed by the icicles on the ground. In the end, all the ice around the auspicious umbrella shattered with a bang, and under the impact of a surging sea of fire, it tumbled backwards in all directions. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the fleeing old woman in black. As he pointed, the ice around the auspicious umbrella shattered, and a part of the fire charged towards the old woman. The old woman's face turned pale. She formed a seal with her hands, as if she was about to use a divine ability, but in an instant, her body was devoured by the sea of fire. Screams of pain echoed in the air, and once the sea of fire swept past, the old woman's projection collapsed. At the instant the old woman was killed by the realm-burning umbrella, there were several people sitting beside the well in the hall of the Black Tower that floated eternally in supreme luck planet. One of them was the old woman. She opened her eyes swiftly and coughed up a mouthful of blood as she stared at the well before her. What appeared in the well was the world where Wang Lin was. After a long while, the old woman lifted her head and looked into the depths of the hall. "Give me an explanation. It's not time yet. This child has something in his hands." An old voice came languidly from the depths of the hall. The old woman fell silent and no longer spoke. Her gaze fell on the world inside the well. Fire spread out from the ancient umbrella in the well. Once it killed the old woman in black, Wang Lin pointed at it again, and all the fire split into two waves that charged towards the gray-robed old man and the man in white. The two waves of fire were like fire dragons. As they charged forward, one of them closed in on the gray-robed old man. His expression changed rapidly, and he formed a seal with his hands before striking the center of his brows. Immediately, a large amount of yellow light shone around him and turned into layers of dirt that covered his entire body. At the instant the sea of fire closed in on him, he was submerged in it. Booming sounds echoed in the air. When the sea of fire left, a gigantic ball of dirt floated in the air. Countless cracks appeared on it, and it collapsed with a bang to reveal the old man inside. The old man coughed up a large amount of blood. His body became dispirited. He was heavily injured, but he did not die. As he stared at the sea of fire charging at him once more, he sighed in anguish. He lifted his right hand and crushed a jade slip. His body gradually dissipated, and at the instant the sea of fire devoured him, he disappeared without a trace. Although he coughed out blood, it was an illusion. Although he coughed out blood, there was no trace of it. There was a gray-robed old man sitting next to the old woman in the main hall of the Supreme Lucky Star Tower. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. He shook his head with a wry smile. I underestimated him. The last sea of fire from the realm-burning umbrella swept toward the man in white when Wang Lin pointed at him one last time. At the instant the sea of fire devoured him, A large amount of ice covered the man in white. As the thunderous rumbles continued, the ice around him crumbled and reformed. His body tumbled back and stopped hundreds of thousands of feet away. As the layers of ice spread out, the ice around him turned into flames and turned into a seal. Wang Lin's face was old. He had sacrificed too much life force to use the realm-burning umbrella, or else the umbrella wouldn't have this kind of power. But at the same time, it was very harmful to him. The rejection force inside his body made him tremble. As his life force weakened, the umbrella in the sky gradually lost its power, and it looked like it was about to dissipate. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He was no longer thinking about whether he could survive this life or death calamity. So what if I die? I'm already tired of cultivating. It's enough if I can kill a few more people before I die. Wang Lin's hair was a mess, and he was ready to risk everything. He charged at the middle-aged man sealed in ice. He was going to kill him. However, just as Wang Lin closed in on the frozen man in white, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He looked up and saw a person silently walk out from the void above the giant layer of ice around the man in white. This person was a woman. Her appearance was blurry, but her eyes were cold. She raised her jade-like hand and spread out her fingers as she pressed down on Wang Lin. 5 organs, celestial Tao. One of them is the kidneys. Kidney failure causes injury. The woman's voice was soft, but as she spoke, her pinky bent and touched her palm. Wang Lin's body trembled. He could vaguely feel a mysterious force filling the world. The moment this mysterious force appeared, an indescribable pain came from his kidneys. After coughing out blood, Wang Lin subconsciously retreated. At this moment, if his body was transparent, then one could clearly see that his kidneys were rapidly withering. Even the recovery ability of an ancient god couldn't restore them. The moment he took the 3rd step back, Wang Lin let out a miserable groan. His kidneys rapidly withered and turned into a pool of blood that dissipated into Wang Lin's body. Under the intense pain, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and his body trembled. However, the killing intent in his eyes reached its peak due to the pain. The second is the lungs. Lungs die. The woman's voice was faint as she pointed at Wang Lin's palm. Her ring finger followed her pinky and bent down. The third is the spleen. Spleen decay. After the ring finger, the woman's middle finger bent into the palm. Chapter 1582. The third is the liver. When the liver melts, it will break. The woman bent her index finger. Her words were gentle, but this gentleness was filled with cruel, killing intent. Wang Lin coughed out several mouthfuls of blood and was knocked back. The 2 lungs in his chest died and withered away. Without his lungs, Wang Lin couldn't breathe. Intense pain spread through his body, causing Wang Lin to let out muffled groans. After his lungs died, Wang Lin's spleen began to rot. The moment it rotted, a large amount of blood flowed out and entered his body. The rotting of his spleen seriously affected Wang Lin's recovery ability. His face became pale, and a large amount of blood appeared on his body. In the end, his liver melted as soon as the woman spoke. 4 of his 5 internal organs were gone, and his vitality was cut off. The ancient umbrella that was dissipating in the sky suddenly disappeared. The 5th is the heart. Without a heart, there is no Tao. The woman calmly looked at the retreating Wang Lin. Finally, she slowly bent her thumb and formed a fist. As she formed a fist, she gently punched at Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt intense pain in his chest. His heart stopped beating and slowly turned to stone. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a rock. The pain of this rock couldn't be described with words. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. A monstrous, thunderous rumble echoed. As the woman's jade-like fist descended, Wang Lin's chest caved in and he was knocked back. He melted into the water once more. Celestial Imperial Concubine. With a bang, Wang Lin landed on the water, but he didn't sink. He endured the pain and hit the water with his right hand. His body bounced into the air. He tried to go to the spatial crack in the cloud sea and the transfer jade the mysterious woman gave him. However, it was useless here. He tried to summon the nether beast, but there was a force here that he couldn't break. He couldn't even sense the nether beast. You have no way out. This time, you won't be able to escape. But if you surrender, kneel down and beg, I might be able to make the decision to let you live, the woman said softly. She walked out of the layer of ice where the white-robed man was and walked towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face turned pale as he took a few more steps back. I, Wang Lin, do not kneel to the heavens and earth, but how can I kneel to you? You humiliated me like this, and if I don't die today, I'll pay you back 100 times over. Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly as he laughed heartily. Ignoring the pain, he lifted his right hand up and pointed up into the sky. Call the wind and summon the rain. Cast beings into soldiers. With a point of his finger, Wang Lin's body shone with a golden light. The golden light contained dense, celestial spiritual energy and shot into the sky. The woman had long since seen Wang Lin's golden light. Now that she saw it again, her pupils shrank. The doubt in her heart was very strong, but she didn't speak. Instead, she increased her speed and raised her right hand to press down on Wang Lin once more. The sky rumbled, and Sure Sand's black dragon released a golden light. As he opened his mouth, a golden rain fell. Each drop of rain contained a soul that had died to Wang Lin. As the rain fell, it formed a world that could call the wind and summon the rain. Although most of the souls had dissipated, there were still some that charged toward the woman. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin didn't look at the result, but continued to retreat. His eyes were cold, and he pointed at the sky once more. Mountain crumbles, earth shatters. Wang Lin hadn't comprehended the earth-shattering spell yet, but with his current cultivation level, he could imitate it. With a point of his finger, giant volcanoes appeared one by one. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking, and because Wang Lin's golden celestial spiritual energy had fused with it, Bai Fan's spell became a real celestial spell. None of this was enough to resist the celestial imperial concubine with the 5-organ spell. Wang Lin didn't intend to use these celestial spells to force Yufeng back. What he wanted was to use Bai Fan's celestial spells to create the last spell. Dark Moon Clear Skies. Wang Lin had only seen Dark Moon Clear Skies once before, and it was when Celestial Lord Shimizu used it in the 7-colored realm. They were fellow disciples and had also cultivated Bai Fan's 3 6-Dao spells. Wang Lin wasn't as skilled as Shimizu, so he couldn't use Dark Moon Clear Skies as soon as he raised his hand. However, Wang Lin could use Dark Moon Clear Skies after using other spells. He had seen it once before. With his current cultivation level and 2,000 years of cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to do this. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the woman calmly walked out from Sun Man's celestial spells. These spells were useless against her. However, the moment she walked out, Wang Lin let out a roar. Dark Moon Clear Skies. As he roared, Wang Lin pointed at the woman. With this, a bright moon suddenly appeared on the woman's face. The moment the bright moon appeared, the woman's expression changed, and she stopped for the first time. Dark Moon Sect's first spell. That's right, before Bai Fan was taken in by that old thing, he was a traitor of the Dark Moon Sect. The dark moon on the woman's face quickly turned from blurry to solid. Cracks appeared on it, as if it wanted to disfigure her. The cracks were shocking, and blood filled the air. The woman let out a muffled groan, and coldness filled her eyes. If you knew the second spell, Dark Moon, No Rain, and the third spell, Dark Moon, Cold Wind, then you might have been able to escape death today. However, as long as I kill you, I can get rid of this spell. As the woman spoke, she endured the pain on her face and stepped toward Wang Lin. She understood the spells of the Dark Moon Sect. They were extremely vicious and wouldn't kill immediately. Instead, they would continue to injure, and the injury would become more and more serious. The longer it dragged on, the more difficult it would be to get rid of. At this moment, she charged at Wang Lin. Her right hand formed a claw and mercilessly pressed down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness as he raised his right hand. After using Dark Moon, Clear Skies, he threw a punch at the woman. This punch contained ancient power, but it was also the Black Tortoise's strongest spell Wang Lin had learned from Old Rosefinch in the Fallen Land. Waves of vibrations formed ripples on Wang Lin's fist. From afar, the ripples between Wang Lin and the woman looked like the surface of water. The two of them were on opposite sides of the water, and in an instant they collided. A thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin gave it his all. The moment his punch landed, he gathered all the rebound force and collided with the woman's jade-like hand. Intense pain filled Wang Lin's body, and he felt like he was going to collapse. Blood sprayed out from his body, and his white clothes turned bright red. His right arm shattered from a joint, and his body was knocked back. The rejection force inside his body was monstrous, and Wang Lin almost couldn't bear it, but he was able to suppress it a bit. The woman did not have it any better. Blood trickled out of the corners of her mouth as she staggered hundreds of feet back. Her body trembled, and more cracks appeared on the huge moon on her face. As the moon spread out, it covered the woman's neck and slowly spread out. As it spread, the Dark Moon sex spell displayed all of its viciousness. The continuous damage and the more intense the pain caused the woman to let out a groan. At this moment, her face was completely disfigured, and she looked like a ghost. The damage from the moon clear sky caused the woman to cough out blood and retreat hundreds of feet. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Wang Lin with a fierce expression. She waved her right hand, and an ancient zither appeared and floated before her. The woman gave Wang Lin a profound look and stroked the zither. With a clang, the sound of the zither echoed in the world. The moment it appeared, it continued to echo, forming a powerful killing intent that shook the world. The sound of the zither became more and more urgent. When it landed on Wang Lin, it was as if invisible ripples were bombarding him. He was forced back thousands of feet, and blood flowed out from his orifices. The celestial sovereign once heard my zither. You are lucky enough to hear it, and you can die with a smile. Listen to my underworld burial. The woman's voice was cold, and her hands moved faster and faster over the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither filled the air, and it was as if demonic thoughts were circling Wang Lin's mind. The countless demonic thoughts wanted to tear Wang Lin apart. Wang Lin revealed a miserable smile, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he laughed loudly. What a good underworld burial! While laughing like crazy, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the previously dim blood sword appeared. The moment he turned around, the blood sword let out a howl and flew behind him. Suddenly, another woman silently walked out from behind Wang Lin. This woman wore purple, and the moment she appeared, the blood sword shot toward her. She wasn't surprised that Wang Lin could find her. If he couldn't even do this, then the Lord of the Sealed Realm wouldn't have allowed them to set up a trap to kill him. She allowed the blood sword to pierce through her body. This woman's body was illusory, as if she only existed in Wang Lin's eyes and didn't have a real body. She smiled softly. There was an ancient saying, looking back and smiling gives birth to 100 beauties. Although this woman didn't look back, her smile was as beautiful as the world. I haven't heard Big Sister's zither music in a long time. It's all thanks to you that I can't hear it today. The blood sword was ineffective and circled around Wang Lin. When Wang Lin threw out the blood sword, he retreated. The zither music was filled with killing intent and quickly filled the world. I really don't want to kill you. The woman that didn't seem to have a real body looked at Wang Lin. She raised her jade-like hand and gently pointed at Wang Lin. I used my celestial soul to predict your death in 3 breaths. My prediction, with my soul as the guide, has come true. The woman smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Chapter 1583. The divination spell was similar to Tian Yunzi's calculations, but when used by this woman, it was very different. The moment she spoke, fist-sized black circles appeared on Wang Lin's body. The moment these black circles appeared, they began to fester. This caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he had the illusion that death was about to arrive. I predict your first breath, your flesh will collapse. The woman smiled as she looked at Wang Lin. The large amount of black circles on Wang Lin's body penetrated deep into his body, revealing his bones. Even his bones had turned black and began to shatter. The zither music became more and more urgent, as if it had fused with the woman's gentle words. It rushed into the festering black circles on Wang Lin's body and began to tear at his body. I predict your second breath, your bones will collapse. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. Countless black cracks appeared on his bones, and as they spread, even his skull was the same. If his body was transparent, one could clearly see that his bones were about to collapse under the cracks. Some of them had even shattered. This kind of pain was no less than what the first celestial imperial concubine experienced. As Wang Lin retreated, his vitality rapidly dissipated and he slowly walked toward death. He was already seriously injured, and the rejection force inside his body had erupted. He was barely able to control it, and his organs had dissipated. Now that he was injured by the divination spell, he was on the verge of death. However, Wang Lin still didn't take out the bow. Although he was dying, he wasn't dead. The sovereign hadn't appeared yet, and he didn't believe these two celestial imperial concubines were the last ones. Wang Lin knew that he only had the power to shoot one arrow. If this arrow couldn't seriously injure the sovereign and everyone else, then he would truly die. He couldn't take out the bow until the last moment. I predict your third breath, your soul will die. The woman's expression was gentle as she looked at Wang Lin like she was looking at a lover. She pointed at Wang Lin and said the last sentence. Her voice was gentle and fused with the zither music to echo across the world. These two celestial imperial concubines had used different methods to kill Wang Lin at the same time. The fusion power had disturbed Wang Lin on one hand and used the divination spell to close in on him. It was obvious they had planned this ahead of time. Just as the last sentence came out, Wang Lin let out a heaven-shaking roar. Wang Lin couldn't understand the divination spell, but the power of the spell was just as the woman had said. It contained an invisible killing force. Wang Lin's body festered and his bones began to shatter. His soul felt like it was going to collapse. However, at this moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly hit the spot between his eyebrows. With this, his body rumbled. When he was inside the nether beast body, it was a fusion of his celestial body and ancient Tao body. It had constantly intersected and reformed, and its power had changed many times. In particular, his celestial body had become a 5% immortal celestial body under the madman's torment. Although it wasn't perfect, the immortal celestial body formed by his celestial bloodline already possessed the power of immortality. If it wasn't for this moment of crisis, Wang Lin wouldn't have switched. Once he switched, the rejection force inside his body would go out of control and erupt like crazy. Although the rejection force had erupted, Wang Lin had continued to suppress it. However, if he switched between his ancient god body and celestial body, this control would collapse. Once the rejection force erupted, Wang Lin would no longer have a chance to suppress it. He would be like a wild horse that had lost its reins and could no longer be subdued. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think about this. The moment his soul was about to collapse, Wang Lin's right hand landed between his eyebrows. There was a thunderous bang and golden light shined from his body. This golden light was monstrous and gathered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it shrouded the entire world. Even Suzaku in the distance was illuminated by this golden light. The man in white inside the ice dissipated and walked out with a pale face. He was immediately blinded by this golden light, and his expression changed once more. As the golden light spread out, Wang Lin's ancient god body disappeared and was hidden inside the star between his eyebrows. At this moment, his body released endless golden light and became the immortal celestial body. The moment the immortal celestial body appeared, the gentle woman's expression changed. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She came from the world of the celestial sovereign, and the change in Wang Lin reminded her of a legend. When Wang Lin's immortal celestial body appeared, the mysterious power from the divination technique exploded inside his body. Wang Lin's immortal celestial body collapsed. However, just as it collapsed, there was a flash of golden light, and it condensed once more. The gentle woman coughed out a mouthful of illusory blood and retreated a few steps. Her divination technique had been destroyed, and it had affected her soul. However, none of this could compare to the shock in her heart and the disbelief in her eyes. She originally felt that Wang Lin's appearance was familiar and had some suspicions. However, when she saw Wang Lin's body collapse and the golden light condense once more, her expression changed greatly. "Immortal celestial body," the woman exclaimed and subconsciously retreated. Her eyes were filled with terror. You actually have the immortal celestial body. The immortal celestial body is worshipped by all celestials. You're not a native here. Who the hell are you? What is your relationship with the celestial heavenly emperor? The woman was completely shocked by the change in Wang Lin's body. Her mind rumbled as if countless celestial lightning bolts were exploding at the same time. You can't kill him. You can't kill him. She was afraid. This fear made her body tremble, and it was even stronger than when she faced the celestial sovereign. Not only her, but the woman playing the zither also trembled, and the zither music stopped. She stared at Wang Lin, and her expression changed greatly. Inside the golden light, a storm swept through Wang Lin's body. This was a rejection force, and at this moment, this rejection force erupted completely. His body suddenly collapsed before the gazes of the two celestial imperial concubines. After collapsing, he reformed. After this happened several times, the woman who stopped playing the zither clenched her teeth, and the dark moon-clear sky around her spread even more. If she didn't kill Wang Lin, the dark moon sex spell would not only destroy her projection, it would also implicate her original body. His immortal celestial body is incomplete. He clearly stole it. Kill. The woman clenched her teeth and moved. She grabbed the zither with her right hand and pulled on the strings. The moment she let go, the world rumbled, and a shocking sound echoed in the air. As the sound of the zither echoed, a blurry flying knife appeared before the zither. The woman coughed out a mouthful of blood, and the knives seemed to fuse with her blood. They shot toward Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin's body collapsed and reformed once more. His eyes were bloodshot from the intense pain. He let out a roar, and his hands formed a seal. As the 9 flying knives closed in, he waved them. With this wave, his body collapsed once more. However, even though his body collapsed, he still used his spell. The world darkened as if it was shrouded by a gloomy aura. In the distance, a sun rose from the water. Sunder Night was the first spell Wang Lin created. The world was a blur in the darkness, but it couldn't hide the endless golden light around Wang Lin's collapsed body. Under this golden light, his body seemed to fuse with the sun. The golden light scattered and erupted with the power to tear the night apart. The power of Sundered Night rushed out. At this moment, Wang Lin's body reformed once more. He let out a roar, and his expression became twisted. The pain made him go crazy. He waved his hand, and a thunderous rumble echoed in the water. A giant stone door appeared. When the stone door appeared, the aura of time flowing filled the area. Wang Lin's second spell, Flowing Time, was used. Sundered Night and Flowing Time were extraordinary spells. As Wang Lin's celestial body continued to collapse and reform, it fused with his celestial spiritual energy, making it even more powerful. The world trembled, and the darkness was torn apart by the golden light. It caused 4 of the 5 flying knives the woman threw to collapse. As the remaining 5 closed in, they were surrounded by flowing time. In the end, only 3 knives reached Wang Lin. These 3 knives stabbed into Wang Lin's body and shattered along with Wang Lin's body. The other woman who made the prediction quickly retreated. She was enveloped by the power of sundered night and flowing time. Her mind was already shaken by what she had just discovered, and in her panic, a flaw appeared in her Tao heart. Now that she was being attacked by the 2 celestial spells, she immediately coughed out blood and quickly retreated. She no longer had the will to fight. However, just at this moment, after Wang Lin used these 2 spells, his body collapsed and reformed once more. At this moment, a blurry figure walked out from the world behind him. It was impossible to tell if this blurry figure was male or female, young or old. His entire body was formed by a blurry mist, and when he appeared, the mist around his body scattered like smoke. Old Man, one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, Heaven Master Void God. As his ethereal voice echoed, the blurry figure raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down on Wang Lin's back. Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and he coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. He was thrown back and turned into a ray of golden light that shot toward Shizuku. With a bang, his body landed on Shizuku. The blurry figure opened his mouth and sucked in the golden blood Wang Lin had coughed out. His eyes were filled with greed as he turned into a cloud and chased after Wang Lin. Celestial bloodline. No matter who you are, the old man wants your immortal body. Chapter 1584. The moment Wang Lin's body fell into the Shizuku, a thunderous rumble echoed. The Shizuku trembled, and Wang Lin's body smashed into a mountain like a meteor. The mountain collapsed, and rubble flew everywhere. Wang Lin's body landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble and cracks to appear. This caused Wang Lin's body to smash into the ground once more. As thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's body continued to collapse and reform. He directly entered the underground of the Shizuku and unexpectedly connected to the cave of the Tattoo clan. Although the Shizuku had been fished out by the sovereign using fishing the moon in the well, it was still the Shizuku. Aside from the fact that there was no life on it, everything else existed. The underground cave of the Tattoo clan was the same. As Wang Lin entered, he penetrated the earth and appeared in the 18th layer of the Tattoo clan. Everything here was the same as when he left. One of the walls of the 1,000-foot stone chamber had collapsed, and there was a giant hole. Outside the hole was the foreign battleground. The fishing the moon in the well spell was extremely strange. It had fished out the foreign battleground as well. However, although the foreign battleground was only a projection, the countless souls and skeletons inside were all there. With a thunderous bang, Wang Lin's body landed on the 18th layer of the Tattoo clan, and he coughed out blood once more. His body was covered in a golden light, and the pain almost made him faint. However, he clenched his teeth and endured the collapse again and again. Heaven Master Void God's palm contained an extremely domineering aura. When it landed on Wang Lin's back, it caused his celestial body to show signs of instability. His celestial body was not perfect, and as it continued to reform, Wang Lin struggled to get up. However, just as he got up, a vague, hoarse laughter echoed. One of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, Heaven Master Void God, walked out from the giant hole above Wang Lin. His body was completely made of fog, and his eyes were filled with greed. He raised his right hand and reached toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin was about to resist, but his body collapsed once more. The moment it collapsed, Heaven Master Void God's eyes narrowed, and he withdrew his right hand with a grin. His body turned into fog and charged into Wang Lin's body that was collapsing. A heaven-sent opportunity. It looks like even the heavens want me to possess your celestial body. As Heaven Master Void God laughed, the fog he had turned and entered Wang Lin's collapsed flesh and blood. In a flash, Wang Lin's immortal celestial body reformed once more. He let out a scream he had never let out since the start of the battle. Wang Lin's reformed body turned black under the golden light. This black color covered his body and rushed into his mind. Faint laughter came from his mind. From now on, this body belongs to the old man. It is useless for you to resist. Enjoy the feeling of being possessed. This feeling of being possessed is something you will only experience once in your life. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. The pain of being possessed made him feel like he had lost everything. As the black fog spread, he lost control of his legs. In an instant, he couldn't even control his right hand and upper half of his body. Only his left hand could move, but it gradually became numb. As for his body, due to Heaven Master Void God's possession, his memories showed signs of shattering. An extremely tyrannical divine sense was about to rush into his memories to learn everything about his life and erase his memories. Wang Lin let out a painful roar, but he gradually weakened. His eyes revealed a struggle, but this struggle gradually dimmed. His body flew into the sky uncontrollably. With this body, the old man can move unhindered between the heavens and earth, as long as it goes through the final refinement. Even the heaven-defying bead will belong to the old man. Wang Lin's ancient laughter came from his mouth. His expression became distorted as he flew out of the Suzaku and appeared in the vast world. However, as he flew out, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the foreign battleground in the 18th layer of the Tattoo clan's territory. With this, the countless wandering souls in the foreign battleground trembled. Wang Lin was once a soul devourer, so he had a strong control over these wandering souls. The countless wandering souls in the projection of the foreign battleground began to boil. They formed a storm that swept through the area, causing even more wandering souls to gather. There were even a few alternate souls that slowly fused into the storm. As it swept through the entire foreign battleground, the storm shook the heavens and the earth. It tore apart the countless skeletons in the area, causing the wandering souls residing in the skeletons to join in as well. Thunderous rumbles echoed as this extremely powerful wandering soul storm rushed out from the gap in the 18th layer of the Tattoo clan's territory. This was the first time they had charged out from the foreign battleground. This was the first time they had charged out without a mysterious law stopping them. All of this was because even though fishing the moon in the well had come out, the sovereign couldn't do it. Even the mysterious law from the door in the foreign battleground couldn't be used. As a result, these wandering souls had no restrictions. They rushed out, and their excited roars swept up the Suzaku. This caused the Suzaku to tremble violently. It was as if countless evil souls had been unsealed and were rushing out. As they rushed out, the Suzaku couldn't withstand it and began to collapse. Heaven Master Void God, who had possessed Wang Lin's body, controlled Wang Lin's body to fly out. Although he controlled Wang Lin's body, he couldn't stop Wang Lin's body from collapsing and reforming. However, his cultivation level was far higher than Wang Lin's, so he was able to forcibly suppress it. The collapse of Wang Lin's body was no longer a large area, but a small area. This slaughter is over. Heaven Master Void God's ancient voice came from Wang Lin's mouth. He looked at the two celestial imperial concubines and the man in white who had walked out from the ice. However, before he could finish speaking, Planet Suzaku behind him trembled and exploded. The entire world trembled and Planet Suzaku collapsed. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, and a monstrous black storm rushed out from the collapsed planet Suzaku and shrouded the world. The expression of Heaven Master Void God, who had possessed Wang Lin's body, changed and his pupils shrank. However, he didn't have time to retreat at all. The black storm that had rushed out from the Suzaku rushed toward him at an unimaginable speed. It was as if there was a voice inside his body calling out to the countless souls that had rushed out from the Suzaku and the soul devourers. It was as if the person who had spoken was their emperor. In an instant, The black storm shrouded Heaven Master Void God's body and rushed into his body. If one looked closely, they would see countless wandering souls inside the black storm. Large amounts of them entered Wang Lin's body. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous black storm disappeared and entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled and collapsed once more. This time, the range of the collapse was tens of thousands of feet. The countless wandering souls rushed out like crazy, and Wang Lin's own power fused together to create a monstrous aura. He let out an unwilling roar and forced Heaven Master Void God out from the collapsing flesh and blood. More and more fog appeared as the endless souls collided. Finally, it flew into the air and turned into Heaven Master Void God's blurry body. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he let out a roar and was about to attempt possession once more. At the same time, there was a flash of coldness in the celestial imperial concubine's eyes, and she closed in. Behind her, the man in white also closed in with cold, killing intent. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's body reformed with the help of the endless wandering souls. He wouldn't collapse for a short period of time. His eyes suddenly opened and shined brightly as he stared at the incoming Heaven Master Void God. "You're all courting death." Wang Lin's previous experience had brought him infinitely close to death. At this moment, he could no longer care about the sovereign not appearing. After his body reformed, he reached out with his left hand, and a bow that gave off a golden glow appeared in his left hand. Shortly after, Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the bowstring and pulled it back. With a buzzing sound, the bowstring was completely pulled back. His body was stretched straight, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes, revealing a crazy, killing intent. The moment the bow was drawn, an arrow with a ringed tip appeared on the bow. There were complex runes on the body of the arrow, and the mournful roars of the souls of Nan Zhao and Tian Zhao could be vaguely heard. Waves of arrow chi swirled around the bow and arrow, causing Empyrean Void God's body to tremble and his face to fall. "Li Guangbao, you actually found this arrow." Heaven Master Void God's voice was almost distorted. At this moment, he couldn't care about moving forward and retreated like crazy. "Damn it, I know why the Sovereign still hasn't appeared. Sovereign, the old man isn't finished with you." Heaven Master Void God was almost scared out of his wits. He was too clear about the power of the bow and arrow. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. The old man won't participate. While retreating, Heaven Master Void God crushed the jade that had appeared in his hand, but there was no reaction at all. The two celestial imperial concubines knew more about the bow and arrow than him. The woman surrounded by the dark moon was filled with endless fear and quickly retreated. The other celestial imperial concubine was also pale and no longer had the arrogance she had before. As Wang Lin pointed at her with the bow, her body trembled and she desperately retreated. She also crushed a jade, but there was no reaction. When the bow was drawn, the world changed colors. When the arrow appeared, the wind and clouds scattered. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.